Nation. And this morning, Empire, they're starting with pace. And so far, we've had 6 runs scored in the day's play. So the total has moved on from 204 to 210 for the Liberta Blackhawks. Brent Joseph and Javier Spencer, they are out there at the crease. And that is what is taking place so far. We look nervously in the eastern side because there is a dark cloud that is floating over. And we're hoping that it does not, have enough rain to disrupt play today. We want this to be a final that is truly deserving of the stature of final. We don't want rain to have the final say in what takes place here today. So. Again, this ball is peeling off the edge of Brent Joseph and he gets another single. That's the 7th run for the morning. And so at the end of the first over, the total has progressed to 211 for 8 Liberta Blackhawks. Remember yesterday, if we bring you right up to date, yesterday the Empire Nation, they scored 200 all out in their first innings, and they really put up a stellar fight against the Blackhawks in terms of defending that total. So the Liberta Blackhawks just creeping with a 4-run lead at the end of the day. And so this morning, Brent Joseph and, of course, Javier Spencer, the overnight batsman, are there. They've survived the first over and they've been able to score 7 runs early this morning. Looks as if it's going to be spin to come from the other end. And looks as if it's going to be Micah McKenzie. His first delivery, Brent Joseph is just backing away, playing an aggressive stroke. Doesn't make contact, so there is no run. Early stages yet. The fans that we saw yesterday, they have not come in as yet. And Joseph is going to get a single as he was driving up to short extra cover. The ball knocked down by the fielder posted there. That looks to be Tyrone Williams Jr., who's in that position. And they were able to get just a run. So here's McKenzie to Spencer, and Spencer is driving pleasantly into the offside. They're going to get an easy 2-run as Tanis Francis gives chase. Tanis Francis fielded very well yesterday, made some critical stops in the outfield, took that catch of Kofi James out in the deep. It was a very good catch because the ball went very high for Kofi James and he had to judge it well, and he took it low down, but he took it nonetheless. And that was the end of Kofi James. Again, runs here for Blackhawks and for Spencer. As just a full toss from Micah McKenzie played pleasantly into the offside field. So we're in the second over of the morning, and Empire Nation trying to wrap things up with the Liberta Blackhawks. 8 wickets down. The Blackhawks are trying to get as many bonus runs as they can from this session. So far, they've scored The end of another over. So the end of over number 2 of the morning. The score has progressed to 215 for 8. So the Blackhawks, like I said, they're trying to get as many bonus runs. We're looking nervously because the cloud is floating ever so closely to the grounds here. It is darkened somewhat from the morning. We don't have the sunshine with us at this time. The groundsmen are probably just keeping their eye on that cloud that is floating over. The weather forecast is for intermittent showers throughout the day. So the possibility exists that we could have a stoppage in play. We're hoping that with the strong breeze that is blowing behind the clouds, that it will push it past our location here in Pickets. Here was the start of a new over. Ball just going past the bat of the batsman, Spencer, and there was no run. .215 for 8. Spencer is beaten by a good delivery by Keshaski John Lewis. He's looking a bit motivated this morning, bowling a lot quicker than we saw him bowl yesterday. Not sure if probably whatever he had overnight, he has gotten himself a little bit of motivation. I'm surprised though this morning. Surprised this morning that Captain Athenes didn't start with himself to try and get those early wickets. I'm surprised that he started with pace this morning, and I was expecting that Justin Athenes and Michael McKenzie would have started this morning and continued from where they left off. Here is delivery on the line of the stumps. Spencer gets in line and plays defensively back along the pitch. No run. So the score remains 215 for 8, the Blackhawks. Empire Nation, they made 200 all out in their first innings, and they made it in a pretty quick time too. Yesterday in just about 2 sessions. And here is this one edging. It goes past the slip. The fielder down at third man really gave a valiant effort, but wasn't able to stop it. He tried the boot, he flicked it up, he tried his hand, but the ball was able to run into the boundary for 4. So genuine edge found, but it went through the slips and down to the boundary for 4. So 4 more runs to the Blackhawks. These are bonus runs. They're now 219 for 8. 219 for 8. Brent Joseph has moved on to 27. 18 is Spencer. John Lewis. And this one is just played away into the offside, and they take off and get 1. And they're going to get 2 because there was a little bit of a misfield as the players were rushing back for, they rushed back for that second run. So Blackhawks, they've progressed to 221 for 8. So 17 runs scored already this morning, and these are bonus runs for the Liberta Blackhawks as they progress. And like I was mentioning earlier, as Joey Edwards comes alongside me, I was surprised that this morning that Athenes started with pace rather than bringing himself on straight away and looking to wrap things up. I'm surprised that I saw Keshaski John Lewis coming from the end, and Keshaski has already leaked about 16 or about 14 or 15 runs for the morning. So I was very surprised. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Denmore. Good morning to all the viewers and listeners.
And I should tell you that your reviews were pretty good. I got somebody that called me last evening and said that we found a gem in Joari Edwards. I said I have that knack. But it's good to have you back alongside us. Another run here. As for the morning so far, we've seen Micah McKenzie, but he's not been able to pitch. He's bowled quite a number of full tosses for the morning so far. He's just not been able to find his line or even his length. He's not pitching at all as yet. With a walk, and then he's into a run. That time he's able to spin that one past the bat.
I'm honestly, not to cut you short there, Denmo, but I'm honestly not sure what the ploy is by Justin or even Coach Ian Tittle as far as him not coming out to bowl the first over in the innings is concerned. So it's just to wait and see how the game unfolds. Hopefully the Empire bowlers can wrap up the innings in a quick time.
They take a quick single. They get hit too. Brent Joseph seemed to have shrugged off whatever the injury was that he was carrying yesterday overnight. Whatever the miracle water that he had to drink did, he is able to shrug it off, because we've seen him sprinting through there. But like I said, I was surprised. I expected first thing this morning, first up, Athens to be on to look to wrap things up very quickly. Here is that delivery, not reading it at all. Brent Joseph, that one seemed to have been the googly. He looked ugly, but he was able to survive on that one. As we're happy that we're seeing a little bit of sunshine, but we have some sprinkling of rain that has started here at the grounds, and so we have to keep our eyes on that. And we're hoping that rain doesn't necessarily interrupt play too much. Like I said, the weatherman last evening indicated that there were going to be some clouds blowing in, and there might be some sharp intermittent showers. Let's hope that the wind that is blowing here is able to carry it past us.
I would hope for cricket's sake that we get a full day split today, because I honestly think that the spectators, we owe them a full day of cricket, as Micah McKenzie's into bowl to Brent Joseph, who hits this ball up to mid-off and gets a run.
Yep, another run for Brent Joseph, and brings the end of the over. The end of it, 224 for 8. The Liberta Blackhawks, Empire Nation making 200, Kashaski John Lewis 69. And so far, Athens, he's taken 2 for 62, 5 for 76 for Micah McKenzie, and John Lewis getting 1 wicket now for 48 runs from his 8 overs. So Justin Athens, when we look at it, he's had 10 matches and he's had 54 wickets so far. I'm surprised that he's not bowling. When you're the leading wicket taker like he is in the competition, you would expect that he would be the trump card right away.
Could be a deciding factor in this game as well, as the Blackhawks lead by 24 runs. May not seem significant as far as the game is concerned.
Everyone counts in these tight matches.
Yep.
It could be the difference between chasing 180 and chasing 150 plus.
I agree.
So Empire wouldn't want this partnership to continue for too long.
I agree.
Even though he has leaked runs, John Lewis, what he has done today, he has looked a lot faster. He's bowled with a little bit more pace than we saw him yesterday. A couple of the deliveries have seemed to have hit the seam and have carried through very nicely to Drewbury behind the stumps. And we even saw a genuine edge, like where he found the edge of Javier Spencer that I felt past catching height through the slips, went down to the third man boundary, and it went for 4, but it passed catching height between first and second slip. And so it's not that he has not created opportunity, but then you would think that Athens would have been a more effective bowler at this stage, and with bowling slower Athens, the possibility of boundaries, balls, going away to running away, would be less. Joseph again, and again another edge, catching height past the slips and carrying down to the third man boundary. That looks to be Tyrone Williams Jr. Yep, Williams Jr. there.
Who is normally efficient in the slip.
And you would expect that at that kind of height, at least the ball should have hit his hand at some point, but that one flew past him. Brent Joseph, if you give him any credit for that, he flashed and flashed hard at that one, but it really went catchable height to Tyrone Williams Jr. I'm still looking very nervous with the rain around, but so far we've been spared.
Things certainly have not been going the Empire way thus far for the morning, then more.
No, it has not. It has probably been more Blackhawks. 21 runs in the early stages would be what Blackhawks would ask for.
I think it's also important to know that the 9th wicket partnership has been about 51 runs, if I'm being precise here.
Paco will show us the partnership at the end of this over. But what this has also done, it has also given Spencer 51, and you are correct. Your maths is excellent. You're really good. I'm going to trust you after this. Anything you tell me, I'm going to believe. 51, the partnership so far. And this is a crucial 51, like the 28
very
we saw
51.
For Empire yesterday with that last wicket pairing. These partnerships can be what changes
hurt you.
The complexion of games.
Definitely. But the onus now will be on Empire to basically get this innings wrapped up as quickly as possible and try and seize the initiative in a sense as far as batting is concerned, because clearly they will have to show initiative, show intent going further into the day's play, as I should say, in order to give themselves a respectable score.
You would think that Empire would need about 2 sessions to post a total that should challenge the
session and a half,
and then give them enough time to be able to try and bowl Blackhawks out.
I think what is key in that situation is the amount of overs that they decide to bat, because they obviously have to give their bowlers enough time to
have enough overs to be able to bowl out the team. Again, Brent doesn't seem to be picking that googly from Micah McKenzie, but he's lucky there because he had an inside edge onto his pads. He's playing a cross-batted shot, not what the textbooks would require, but he's still there. He's, again, just trying to force it away.
Well fielded by, looks like Tyrone Pacer Williams at firstly. Would have surely been a single.
Certainly.
I find the Empire players look very flat in the field then more.
I was just about to say that. I was just going to ask you, how do we perk up the body language of the Empire players at this early stage? Because it's early in the day, but they look very flat. They look almost as if they're going through the motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they just need to band together and just support each other, because the game is very much not over. As we see Micah McKenzie coming in here to bowl to Brent Joseph, who has a go at that delivery. They're asking the question for stumping. Not out.
Not out, says the umpire.
Umpire
Shekels, yes. But then he's down again. Brent Joseph, it looked as if he swung so hard he might have swung out his side or something, because he had an almighty swing at that one that he pretty much lost his balance. And he has stayed down. No doubt the Blackhawks camp don't think that anything is we don't see any movement from the camp there, but he's back up. Spence had come down and just have a word with him, and so Brent Joseph is back.
The Blackhawks camp is looking very, very relaxed, I must say, then more. Looking pretty unbothered as to how proceedings are going thus far. As we see, Michael McKenzie is into ball to Brent Joseph, who goes back and punches his ball to field at cover. Kenrick Scott, who fields. That's the end of the over. Liberta Blackhawks are 225 for 8 after 43 overs. Brent Joseph on 30 off 42 balls, and Javier Spencer on 21 off 35.
And the big thing is that the partnership continues. They've survived the opening overs this morning, and they even though we've seen some rash shots, we've seen something, they're still there. The Empire has not gotten the breakthrough at all, and so that 25-run lead might seem a big
significant, but it is very much significant in the context of the game.
Certainly. Koshaski John Lewis is going to continue. And Spencer has grown in confidence. The longer he stays at the wicket, the more confident he is with his batting. Doesn't look a tail ender now that he's at the wicket for some time. I know for majority of the season he has not necessarily been among the runs. Has not looked.
He's an experienced campaigner.
But he's an experienced campaigner. He's been around the circuit now for a while, and the longer he stays there, the more confident he's going to become.
As you see, a play and a miss by Javier Spencer.
And that is what the confidence is going to do. It's going to cause him to play shots like that, to think that, he is in now, he's at a stage where he can play that type of shot. There's an appeal for leg before, not out, says umpire Shekel.
I honestly think the Pacers bowling will make it much more easier for the batters to score, given the nature of the pitch then more, because as I was saying yesterday, traditionally the Pickett's pitch is a pitch that gets lower and slower as the game progresses.
Correct.
So the spinners, which I've not been surprised about, are very effective, or have been very effective on the surface, and it would be advised that the Empire camp look to bowl the spinners. As we see Spencer playing a very expansive drive here, up to mid-on, throw by the mid-on fielder. The effect to run out is to no avail. Like I was saying then more, it will be advised to use the spinners more or less in looking to be much more effective and curtailing the scoring of runs on the pitch.
And that's why I'm miffed that Athens is standing slip rather than having the ball in his hand.
He's actually at cover. That's it.
Correct. At cover. Standing at cover rather than with the ball in his hand. John Lewis continues. Again, going past the bat of Javier Spencer. And no run. 21 valuable runs for Spencer and 30 for Brent Joseph. One of the things that has been very good though about the Empire bowling is that we haven't seen too many extras in the innings.
They certainly gave away too many boundaries yesterday.
Bowl him. He's finally been able to get rid of Javier Spencer. One that is right on the stumps. Spencer played down the wrong line. The off stump is knocked back. That's the end of Javier Spencer. Bowled by Koshaski John Lewis for 21. And the total is now 225 for 9. 225 for 9. The Liberta Blackhawks after a good resistance this morning, Javier Spencer walks back to the pavilion, being bowled by Kashaski John Lewis. And so the Blackhawks losing their first wicket for the morning. They are on 225 for 9, and it should be Shamiko Lang Gafford who is coming in, the Blackhawks player who originates out of St. Martin. And he not necessarily known for his prowess with the bat. So we will see how he shapes up this morning.
But it's definitely nice to see a player like Landy Ford leaving his homeland to come to Antigua to develop his cricket.
And I have always suggested, I was very happy some years ago when Empire had some Montserrat players.
Yes.
I'm not sure what has happened to that relationship. But when we had the Shernell Burns, when we had Jason Peters playing for Pickets, when we had McPherson Mead,
Dean West,
right, and so on,
and
Dean West. I think Dean played up to last season, wasn't he?
No.
Or season before.
He hasn't been back from since before COVID.
Since before COVID, but that I think.
It's a good shot by Brent Joseph, being hit down to backward square. Fumble by the field on the backward square boundary. Who hits the stumps directly? That's a very good throw by, it looks like, John Lewis, fielding on the square leg boundary. As umpire Shekel makes his way to fix the wicket, but
I'm being informed though that there are some players who still come. Bethesda benefits. I think Grant, who plays Rodney. And then Grant, who plays for Pickett Crushers. And I think he was a part of the Leeward Islands squad as well this year.
He played the 4-day tournament this year.
Right. So I think that is the kind of thing that we need to see happening, the relationship that we need to see happen. I think a country like Anguilla needs to utilize that kind of relationship, get some of their players, because I am told that in Anguilla it's mostly a T20 Sunday time. If somebody decides they want some cricket, they call up each other and they organize and they play a T20 every other Sunday or when they feel like. But playing in a organized domestic competition will help our Leeward Islands cricket overall.
Definitely, and I think
that we need to broaden our horizons.
I was just gonna say this is the relations we probably need to have amongst the territories, because at the end of the day, it's Leeward Island cricket that benefits.
It is.
Knowing fully well that the other, as you see, Micah McKenzie coming in here, as Landyford goes back and pulls one to long on for a single. As I was saying, it is a situation where we know fully well that our partners around the Leeward Islands, they don't play as much cricket as Antigua. So it can be a way of getting them to play more cricket, knowing that there is a regional 4-day, regional Super 50, and all these things to be played.
And I think, too, that the Leeward Islands Cricket Board needs to find a way to have that tournament as some sort of motivation to encourage people to play cricket. So that, to me, would be a motivator where we know for sure that there's going to be a tournament by any means necessary, right? I have radical ideas as to how it can happen. I think that we can eliminate the expensive hotels, and we have a lot of large houses unoccupied and available that we could speak to the owners and lease for a few days, do something like an Airbnb type of situation where
I think the most important thing is, as long as the players are comfortable.
Yeah,
I don't think
I'm not talking about some standard setting. I'm talking about get comfortable arrangements for the players, because we can't move from 5-star to no star. But I'm just saying that we need to get comfortable setting, get it in one region, and we rotate. We can say this year we're playing in Montserrat, next year we're playing in St. Kitts, and Antigua comes around every 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, or who has better facilities. He's gonna get a boundary here just coming inside and 4-leg buys. I was just talking about the extras, and he tried to attack the stumps. He clipped the pad, but the ball was heading down the leg side, and he just raced away down to the boundary for 4. 231 for 9.
But as you were saying yesterday, then more, it looks a way to see the Windward Islands having junior tournaments, senior tournaments, women's tournaments, and we in the Leewards are struggling.
Because they've worked it out. They have figured it out, and they figured out a way to have it. And one of the things that they've done is that they've made a concerted decision that they're going to have it, that they're going to do it. And it is the same thing that they do for cricket. They do it for football. They do it for all this sport, netball and all. The Windward Islands have decided that we are not going to allow whatever it is that is happening in the region and in the world to stop us. So the point is that we have to also, our decision makers have to put their heads together and decide, we're going to make it happen. What is it that need, and identify.
You would trust that they would make it happen.
Yeah, identify all the things that made it possible. I remember the very last Leeward Islands football tournament that they had. St. Kitts came up on a ferry, because I remember they beating us in ARG and have a jam. Oh, and that one again, 4 runs, catchable height through the slips region, and Empire Nation, they're making a hash of it. That one should have been taken at this level. That was catchable height, genuine thick outside, meaty edge, and put down, and to add insult to injury, the ball ran away down to the third man boundary for 4.
The bowler John Lewis is definitely not pleased with the effort made by Kenrick Scott at first slip. Normally on a short fielder at first slip, I'm not quite sure what the mood is as far as the players is concerned, but it is not a good look.
And like I said, I think that it has a lot to do with the energy that they have out there, the body language, not looking as positive as you would hope on a second day in a tight match. And so they're leaking runs, 36 runs in the lead so far for the Blackhawks, and not what Empire would want, because 36 can quickly become 50. And then
50 can become 75.
50 becomes 75, and then it changes the whole complexion of the match. It moves it from being a tight match into almost a one-sided affair. And then with the whole threat of rain around too, you don't want it to get out of control.
And definitely over the years then more, that's one of the things that I admire about the Blackhawks, because given the situation or the circumstance, sometimes they find themselves in some really, really tight situations, but they, more times than not, always seem to find a way to get out of these situations. And as we've seen here, being 174 for 8, they're now 236 for 9.
Correct. And Brent Joseph just allowing that one to go through to the wicketkeeper to end the over. Brent Joseph is on 35. Langford is on 1. And 236 for 9. 46 overs bowled so far by Empire Nation. And that's one of the things too that is important. Joari, yesterday afternoon, Blackhawks had pretty much one session to bat, and made 200 runs, over 200 runs in that one session. You were belaboring the point that Empire leaked too many boundaries.
They did.
They bowled too many boundary balls, and in this, sometimes I remember coaches used to say, Abdiel and others used to say, bowl a couple of overs to the wicketkeeper, and that didn't happen yesterday.
The bowling has been the strength of the Empire team for the entire season, so it was very surprising to see yesterday the bowling basically letting the Empire team down yesterday when they really needed to show their resilience. Even last night, then more, I was having a conversation with a good friend of mine, and we were doing some maths, and thus far for the 2-day competition, Micah McKenzie and Justin Atherton has bowled over 300 overs.
Wow, that's a lot of bowling. That's a lot of bowling.
Definitely. Getting 118 wickets in the process. I mean, if you have 2 bowlers in a team bowling over 300 overs, what does that say for the rest of the bowling attack?
It says that, and I was going to ask the question yesterday, because it seems as if fast bowling seems to be a thing of the past. No, we have not seen them coming through, and teams have relied a lot more now on their spinners than before. And the question I'm asking, is it that our spinners are getting better, or is it that it's a recognition that the batters are not batting slow bowling as well as before?
Well, I think it's a combination of both, then more. I think as far as our local fast bowlers are concerned, we are not up to par. As we see Michael McKenzie coming in here to bowl to Landiford, who goes back and misses a delivery collected by wicketkeeper Jubri. I think most of our local players, and I can fit the batsmen in as well, they're not entirely serious about developing their game in a sense. So they figured that coming and bowling a few overs in practice would suffice in a situation like that. We already have an existing problem as far as being able to play quality spin bowling is concerned. And I think that at the end of the day, we as players, we need to take some form of responsibility of our game and look to improve, so that when we go to the next level, we are able to fit in and can be able to do our best.
Something that we've been saying for quite a long time. Michael McKenzie, 5 for 78 off his 18 overs so far. And Kashaski John Lewis is going to continue. Well, the good thing that has happened with the rain is that it just seems to be on the outskirt, and it seems to be circling us rather than actually coming at this location, which is a good thing so far. Brent Joseph is driving out to the long off region, comes through for a single at the start of John Lewis's new over. 237 for 9. And remember, every run adds to the lead of the Liberta Blackhawks.
I honestly don't like the energy of the Empire players then more. It's, as we were saying earlier, it's not a good look, and they need to.
That's a quick delivery from John Lewis. It's going past, that one hit the seam and went past the bat of Shamiko Langford. And that one, he was excited about that one, because that one really touched down on the spot.
They definitely need to be a bit more lively and chirpy in the field. As we see Landiford playing a delivery from John Lewis up to Justin Atherton at cover. A few claps here and there by the Empire players.
Yeah, but just one or two. It's not everybody.
Nothing to talk about.
It's not everybody. Tannis Francis has tried to stay in the game. That player who is at point as well. Langford playing defensively to John Lewis.
I think John Lewis is bowling Landiford the line and the length that he should be bowling to Brent Joseph. I honestly think that he can be a bit fuller to Landiford, challenge his stumps and see how it goes from there.
Because I think the short of a length to Langford is not going to trouble him. And just as we speak, he tries the Yorker length delivery, fuller length, but Langford is equal to the task and able to dig that one out. Good morning to all who are listening to us in St. Kitts, in Montserrat, in Bermuda. Had a message from Bermuda yesterday. Somebody saying that they're listening. Hello to Bevan, who said he's close to the triangle, but he's listening. Those folks in Anguilla and St. Martin who are following Langford, because he has a following over there, and all over. You folks down in Empire who are listening to us and watching the stream instead of coming up here, shame on you. You need to get up here to come and support the cricket. The end of the over has come up. 48 overs bowled so far. 237 for 9 is the Liberta Blackhawks. And they were 204 overnight. So 33 runs scored in the morning session so far by the Liberta Blackhawks.
I honestly think it's fair to say that much people aren't here yet Denmore, but you never know what can happen.
Yeah, I believe they will come. I am suggesting today's Palm Sunday. They're at church. When they get church over with, they're going to pack the picnic basket, bring up the children, and they're going to come up. So I'm expecting more fans in the afternoon session. Brent Joseph is playing and missing at a leg spinning delivery from Micah McKenzie. I hope this young man really understands how good he is and takes this cricket seriously. We haven't seen leg spinners who pitch as often as he does, who has the type of consistency and control that he does.
I honestly think the administrators have to play their part as well in his development. And not only him, but any young player within the country around the sub-region as well.
Agreed. And I think that is going to take money cash, and they need to use some of it to make sure that our players are well developed. Seek out the sponsors, do what needs to take place. Micah McKenzie there, just trying
bringing out the dark arts. I see.
Just trying to keep Langford honest, making sure that he's not cheating. Dead ball signal comes from umpire Geist. 237 for 9 is the total. Joseph is forward playing defensively, and the longer they stay out there, the less time Empire will have to bat and to try and set a total. They've already used 45 minutes by my watch of the morning session. Joseph is playing a sweep shot but gets it straight to the fielder, who is down at that deep mid-wicket position, and so just a single.
Micah McKenzie is certainly a talent, Denmore, and he, as recent as late last year, early this year, he was in the camp for the West Indies under 19. I think an injury, more or less, as we see him coming to bowl to Landiford, who's driving to the covers, and that's going for 4.
He's going to get a boundary because there's no protection on the deep extra cover boundary, and he got that one through the covers and picked up another boundary. So it's now 242 for 9.
As I was saying then more about Mackenzie, he was in the camp for the West Indies under 19, preparing for the World Cup, and he sustained an injury, which I think more or less prevented him from going to the World Cup, given the season that he had, or 2 seasons that he had in the under 19 tournament.
I was certainly looking forward to his selection.
I was as well. But he has 2 more years, luckily. So the next World Cup he can be a feature, along with Joel Andrew as well.
Correct. And both are 2 talented young people that we have here in Antigua and Barbuda. And no doubt we are hoping that they continue to develop and become the talented cricketers that we know that they are.
As we see John Lewis coming in to bowl to Brent, who turns it into the backward square region. Gets a single. Lead now moves on to a very formidable 43 runs. As you said earlier, Denmore, every single run counts. And in a situation like this, 43 could probably be like 100.
43 would seem, you know, they say that certain things strain you. 43 might be a straining number for Empire Nation, but they're persevering, they're continuing, they're hoping that they can get this final wicket. Yeah, we're watching. He's given him leg before. It was just, I thought for a moment that the ball came off the bat, but it was pad. Well. And the umpire raises his finger as Langford didn't look very comfortable with that delivery. And as you were saying, attacked the stumps. That one came at his feet and literally both feet trapped in the crease. And the ball taking him on the pad and sent on his way by umpire Shekels. That brings to an end the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks innings, 243 all out. So they have a 43-run lead over Empire Nation.
And the initiative is now with Empire as to how they're going to approach their second innings then more. And I think even though with a 43-run lead, it's not a situation to be overly worried about. I think if you play normal cricket or you apply basic cricket sense in the situation, they can make a game of it.
They can make a game of it if things go well. I'm just going to try and give you a rundown of the scorecard so far in the so Blackhawks 243 all out. Let me give you the scorecard as the Blackhawks. Malik Walsh, he was caught Dewberry of John Lewis for 2. Kofi James caught Tanner Francis of Justin Athens for 64. Michael Graves, he made 34. LBW Michael McKenzie. Kareem Gore 45 caught Ziani De Silva of Michael McKenzie. Elroy Francis was bowled by McKenzie for 3. Amal Nathaniel, he was caught Ziani De Silva of Michael McKenzie for 16. Joshua Thomas, LBW Justin Athens 5. Kadeem Phillip was bowled McKenzie for 5. Brent Joseph was left not out on 38. Javier Spencer, who he shared that 50-run partnership with, was bowled by John Lewis for 21. And Shamika Langford, the final batsman to go, LBW off the bowling of Kashaski John Lewis for 5. John Lewis ended with 12.2 overs, 2 maidens, 55 runs, 3 wickets. Javon James, 2 overs for 21 runs. Zavik Toppin, 3 overs for 9 runs. Tyrone Williams Jr., who had just that 1 over to change ends, 1 over for 8 runs. Michael McKenzie, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 83 runs, 5 wickets. And Justin Athens bowled 12 overs, no maidens, 62 runs, 2 wickets. So 43-run lead for Liberta Blackhawks as we're going to have an innings break. And when we return, we're going to see how Empire approaches their second innings. Do stay tuned. We'll be right back. So we're back at Pickets, and Ziani De Silva has come out for Empire to open the batting. And the first delivery, he's playing it away into the offside field, can't score. So they've opted for Ziani De Silva, who is known as an aggressive batsman, in place of Tanes Francis. What do you think of that option there for Empire? Abdel Hughes, who's come alongside me. Good morning to you.
Good morning to Denmo and the viewers. I think it's a good move. Yeah, you're behind by some 43 runs.
Yep.
And you have the counter attack. I mean, you're already behind 8 ball, try to get some start. And cricket is funny. Anything can happen. But as we watch.
So we watch as this is Spencer. No ball called. Haven't had any of those before in this game.
But just an obvious look on the field placement. The captain, to me, I've shown even in the first innings that is very negative.
And he has come out with a negative mindset. He has two slips, only two slips, no, just one slip and a gully. Ziani De Silva goes, caught by Brent Joseph at the mid-on position, and he was trying to force one that got big on him, and he just hit it straight to Brent Joseph at that mid-on position. Brent Joseph takes the catch. That's the end of Ziani De Silva. Empire losing their first wicket without a run on the board, or just for one run, because they had that no ball. So 1 for 1 Empire in their second innings, and the ploy to bring Ziani De Silva early instead of Tanis Francis has failed.
Yeah, it didn't work because, again, he chose to play a bad shot at the delivery that wasn't really there to be pulled. It was too close to him, and the ball hustled on, and he could only get it into the mid-on area, which Brent Joseph takes gleefully.
So, Kenrick Scott is come out, 44 matches, 925 runs. The statistics say that he's had over the past few years. He's probably scored a few more than that in his overall career. But since they've been keeping stats, here Kenrick Scott, and he is one of the trump cards for Empire Nation in terms of their batting. A lot of the batting centers around him and around Tyrone Williams Jr. as well. And yesterday we saw Kashaski John Lewis, raising his hand. So,
and you really believe that Scott knows that the batting is surrounded around him?
He doesn't bat like that all the time. Doesn't act like that. Here is he playing a loose stroke first up, hand coming off of the bat, trying to drive one there from Spencer.
He's struggling somewhat and hasn't had a really good season. Well, let me say hello to Everton Mead, a.k.a. Say, who
he's following
us.
Yep, he is. Colin James, who is off island, is also following us, and he says, tell Juari Edwards that his comments are balanced and insightful. Nobody's saying anything about me. I have to keep my eyes on Juari. That's a beautiful shot for 4.
Scott
should get boundary.
Effortless. Oh,
good bit of work there by the fielder. Just limiting them for 2. Graves gave chase and looked for all the money, but Graves really picked up some speed and was able to just pull it back before it hit the boundary rope, and limiting Scott to just 2 runs. 3 for 1. After that shot from Scott, Captain Amal Nathaniel has put Graves back on the extra cover boundary. So he's really not in a frame of mind to give away too many boundaries today to the Empire team. He's decided from the get-go that he's not going to come out in a frame of mind that he's going to allow the batters to get away. But he's also going to need wickets. Scott is driving again loosely, but no ball called by the umpire. So Spencer continues to struggle. He just stepped over again, so no ball called by the umpire. So 4 for 1. We're still in the first over. We haven't had the end of the first over as yet.
Is it strange to you then more that Kadim is in the mid-wicket region feeling instead of in the slips?
Kadim Phillip.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a strange one. Delivery outside the line of the off-stump to end the first over. 4 runs coming from that over. A wicket as well, the wicket of Ziani De Silva. And at the end of the first over of Empire's second innings, they are 4 for 1. Scott on 2. Tyrone Williams yet to face a delivery.
Yesterday we mentioned briefly about the female Leeward Island regional tournament. What do you take on the cricket, the female cricket in general in Antigua, then more?
You like to put me in trouble, Abdiel. But we can't just continue to turn up for tournaments. Or females just take them from their homes, carry them to a tournament and expect them to do well. So we have to find a way that they can play some cricket. And if we don't have enough to play in the Leeward Islands, I'm still saying, again, just like I said yesterday for Antigua, the Leeward Islands probably need to pick their team and play in the Windward Islands tournament.
But then more
so that they can get to play a few matches. So whereas when the Windwards are having their tournament with St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Dominica, Grenada, enter a Leeward Islands squad.
Right.
Not to win the Windwards tournament, but to develop, to get some matches under their belt. So they would then give the Windward Islands teams one extra match to play, and they would get 4 or 5 matches that they will get under their belt.
Totally in agreement with you. I can't blame the ladies, not at all, for failing over this past 10 years that we've been playing. You know, because it's just showing up to play in a tournament. And what do you expect? You know?
We don't have a tournament. We don't have any domestic tournament. We don't have anything that they play in here that we can say 1 or 2 of the girls get an opportunity with some of the teams. But then again, is that really, helping them, because they bat them down the order, they hardly bowl them, that kind of thing. So it doesn't necessarily work the way that they want it to. So we have to find a way. And like I said, the best thing what we know for sure.
But not only that, then more.
One of the things that we're certain of, Abdi, is that we're certain that Windward Islands are going to play their tournament.
Right.
That's a certainty, because they play it whether or not they find a way every year. So we have to find a way to get included.
But not only that, whereas and we see Kadim is really lifting up his boots coming down to the final leg region, and he does. And 2 runs. But he got to watch that hamstring. But then more the few that plays with the teams here is on their own premise. It's not like associates just step in and say, I want you to play with this team because I want you to do, while, it's not the association stepping in, and they've been playing over 10 years, and you're telling me that you can have nothing constructive if you're being creative or meaningful for cricket. You should by now allocate young female around the country who are interested if you have a program. But there's no program. So how can they go into anything other than when the tournament is around the corner, you pick them up for 2 weeks.
And then what happens too is that a lot of the times, even if they're trying anything, they're trying too late.
Yeah.
When I say they're trying too late, meaning that some of the girls would not have been exposed to the harder ball, and they've already grown up. Right. And it's difficult when you've already grown up to get accustomed to a hard ball hitting you. 'Cause we have females here in the country who play very good softball cricket,
right?
But we can't get them to come over to the hard ball because you've played all of your life softball cricket, and then somebody's coming to tell you to play to a ball that hits 3 times as hard as before. So what we have to do, we have to find a way to incorporate the harder ball at an earlier stage, so that girls start to get accustomed to it, or else we're going to continuously have a problem. The end of another over, 10 for 1, at the end of 2 overs.
But I can assure you then more, if there is a program that's been put on by the association consistently, there will be some of those female that play softball rolling over, and that gradually they will get accustomed to it. And then when you see they're ready to go in and to play for the regional, then you put them in. But there's not a program. And it's sad to know that the association has been to 10 years of this, and we're still at square one. Now, look at the Libert is the girl name? The got a hat trick? No? Claxton.
Josiah Claxton.
Claxton. Just imagine she's been playing more organized cricket. Now they're 1-2 this year, and it's the first time they're winning. Now, if they were in a proper organization, they'd be probably winning.
And she's an overall athlete. She actually runs track and field in St. Kitts as well.
She looks like a real athlete.
She is a track and field athlete that has represented St. Kitts and
football also
on the circuit. So she is an all-round athlete. Again, it just needs programs.
Yeah. And let's say kudos to Amanda Edwards for being the first captain to win the first games as Leeward Island regional tournament. Because before that it was Hector for 8 years, and then last year I think they gave Cheyenne Moses. But the bottom line is they need a proper program, because there's even some under 19s around here in Antigua, but there's nothing to go to, you know. Now then yesterday, then Scott was tapping that ball. This time now you punch it. So look more in control of that shot than.
But what is what he needs to do? He needs to play his natural game. He needs to play natural, normal cricket. I know that he's out there, and Empire going to try and look quick runs to try and see if they can overhaul the 43 that Liberta has in the lead, and then look to try and build on that. But he can do it playing natural cricket, playing normal cricket. And so very important that he does that. But I was still here sitting and thinking that next year the Cricket Association will not be inviting me and you back. Based on our discussions.
Well, they're constructive criticism and discussion.
We might think so, but I'm telling you, Kenny Lewis is up there taking notes and saying, those two, not them there again. So
an aqua delivery Williams got on his glove from Spencer.
Yeah, that one seemed to have popped up from close range, and he was able to handle it in the end, get a single as well.
But then more, if they haven't called us back, which means we have done our work. And they took it the wrong way. But as I watch Scott in this situation, our Empire in this situation where Scott batting, it takes me back to Everton Mead in a situation like this, you'll be seeing some square cuts and drives all day. That's a beautiful shot played down the ground by Scott. But they just get a single because, again, they're employed by the captain in being this defensive.
He wants to save the boundaries. He doesn't mind giving them singles. I think that he has two things in his mind. Captain Amal Nathaniel. He wants to limit the scoring of Empire. He doesn't want them to get away with too fast. Yesterday, Empire scored over about 100 runs in the first session.
Yeah.
Because there were far too many boundary balls.
Karim gets his boot on this one, which a shot was played through the cover by Williams. And they get two.
They get two as Karim Phillip
I
sprints.
can assure you, if he only get down there to reach to that ball, there'll be hamstring problem and then more. So, but he saved it by putting his boot there.
Yes, does a little flick of the boot and was able to save runs. 15 for 1 at the end of at the end of the third over.
Not bad going. But as you were saying earlier, it doesn't have to take any injudicious shot to get runs. You can still score good, rapidly enough, and then you can set the pace up and give Liberta some runs to chase it. Cricket is a funny game, then. We know about this game called cricket. Like
we have a slight hold up. We see there seems to have been a little bit of a problem with Tyrone Williams Jr. We see him heading towards the dressing room area, needing some sort of help. Maybe he just wants some spray or something because he was struck. Yeah, he was struck on his finger, and he seems to just want some assistance. So he's walking out to the dressing room, just maybe to get some help. Not sure.
Nice.
We see that somebody is bringing him a glass of water. I don't know if that is going to help his finger, but he's there seeking some help. They're actually indicating to him that the ambulance is in place.
The coach now is like he's gonna wrap his finger. Coach Ian Tittle is gonna wrap his finger now. Oh, but we still have a game in our hand. We can't
because as defensive as Captain Nathaniel has been, Empire are still scoring at 5 runs per over.
Yeah,
and they're scoring at 5 runs per over without taking any risk.
Yeah.
And I think what Blackhawks is going to need, if they're going to slow things down, they're going to need somebody to bowl a couple of maidens. I remember coaches used to say, you need somebody to bowl a couple of overs to the wicket keeper to prevent them from scoring. Because if they continue to, get the ones and the twos at will,
the 4 will come.
They easily. Because if we look in the previous over, 3 ones and a 2, easily 5 runs scored.
You're not missing any cricket. There was an injury to Tyrone Williams' finger, and it has been sorted out now, and we'll just have the resumption or the beginning or the start of play. You're watching the field placement is square leg, a deep mid wicket, and this is for Kenwood Scott batting facing Langleford. Yeah, there's a cover point on the fence. It's an extra cover, a long off, long on mid-wicket on the fence. And real Scott is really struggling. That's again what Scott is just throwing his bat at the ball. They didn't connect too clearly, but he get a single of the inside part of the bat down to the mid-wicket region, and they get a single. The score now is 16 for 1. It's Elroy Francis Jr. A ball that he was trying to whip on the underside, but it come off the outer part of the bat and go into the deep cover point region and come around is Michael and feel it nice, and he got a single. So again, they're scoring singles, and it's been said they know the hardest thing to get in cricket is singles. So when you can get the hardest part of it, the other thing will fall into place.
And what Empire needs to understand is that they are scoring, because they might think that they're only scoring singles and think that it's a panic mode. Just that you look at the shot that when you look at the type of shot that they're playing, the Empire batters are batting as if they are in trouble.
That's right.
You see Scott playing a horizontal bat stroke there, rather than just push it with a normal bat into the space, and you still get the same one with no risk.
The 3 singles they have gotten in this over is shots that are not really in total control. This one again is trying to hit too hard, could just pace that one too wide of Karima and goes down to
and get a single.
Yeah, he's a single. $18 for 1. It's Williams facing Francis. Ball which plays to Karima and feel it in his own fashion, like a turtle dove scooping on that one.
And L.Y. Francis bowling a couple of hard deliveries there.
Yeah, we know L.Y. Francis Jr. used to be a spin bowler, but I think he gets his spinning finger damage, and he turns into
with his fast
bowler.
Yeah.
And we know Anthony Martin, who was a fast bowler, and he got his back damage, turned into a leg spinner.
Yep. So we've seen it, because the end of the over has come up at the end of it. 18 for 1, the end of over number 4. Remember, the Blackhawks, they made 243 in response to the 200 made by Empire Nation in their first innings.
As we hear the voice of Garfield Joseph, a.k.a. Bacchus. That's normally him, you know. When he plays this cricket, he admits last night that his mouth is what keep him down from exploiting his cricket. But he used to be a
good
handful.
player.
Yes.
He was a good player.
Ooh, ball kept low. There's a single there to be had. Good run in there. Good cricket. So again, then as you said, they're getting the singles without trying anything. So why is all this horizontal when the space are there? There is a very defensive field set. So if you can tick off 6 runs and over without doing anything, or when you look at the score, you're 50 for 1. Then you can, you know, you can punch and say, okay, let's give the Blackhawks, you know, 150, 100 and whatever, and then you bowl with a plan. But they still think that they're behind the 8 ball, and they are struggling to score, but it's there to score.
The gaps are in the field.
Yeah.
Let me just tell you the field. There's one slip. There's a man, third man on fine leg. and deep square leg.
That's 4 runs, 4 by.
That one kept low and went right through everybody and through the wicket keeper and down to the boundary for 4 byes.
No, see, this week, again, I said, single is the hardest thing to get. And when you can get that, the 4 will come. It will come. So just keep playing sensible cricket instead of thinking that we're behind the 8 ball because of 42 runs. 43 to clear. Yes, they're going good. They're going good.
Like I said, they've already gotten 23 runs without actually hitting any boundaries with the bat.
Yeah.
So, no panic needed.
And there you go.
Edge caught behind. So that's the end of Tyrone Williams Jr. A ball that's pitched just about the off stump, and he, without moving his feet, he just pushed the bat at it. You could hear the edge from our vantage point. Catch taken by Joshua Thomas behind the stumps. And that's the end of Tyrone Williams Jr. Empire Nation, they're now 23 for 2 in the 5th over of their second innings. So we see John Lewis coming in, Kashaski John Lewis, and he's coming in. Maybe not the time that he wanted to come in, because he's coming in with what? Just about a little over 30 minutes left before the luncheon interval. 2 wickets down. They still haven't cleared the follow-up, the deficit as yet. And he could be under some pressure. Because if he comes in and he fails at this time, Empire could find themselves under the kind of pressure that they did not want to.
Yeah, he's the one seems to be in better nick, but it's going to hinge on this partnership. The Empire is going to back around this partnership. Scott is not batting that well, but he could fight it out because he have the experience behind him. He's been playing for a while. He has to know the role that he has to play, and let's hope that they could come good for the sake of the game. I'll be watching. The batsman is doing some garden work as he gets settled now to face Spencer. Were taken well down the leg side by Joshua Thomas. Ball that was down the leg side, and he flung himself, taking it with both hands, looking good.
It's going to be important, every aspect of the fielding as well. Takes like those from Joshua Thomas are going to be important, especially with the mindset that the captain has, that he doesn't want runs given away. Nothing he could have done about the 4 byes that one really almost shoot on the ground, we would say. But Spencer is working up some pace.
It's a good run, 2 run they're taking. So
yeah, Kadeem Phillip was just strolling in, ambling in, and the batsman recognized that he was not moving very quickly, and they were able to pick up 2 runs easily. One of the things that coaches would say to Abdiel is put the right players at the right places. And I think somebody like a Kadeem Phillip, where he is, being the lone person on that leg side. I don't think that is the spot that you would want him right now.
If Kadim is not in the slip or in the cover where Karima is.
Well, that is what I was saying. I would have swapped out Karima Gore with Kadim Phillip.
So you have the cover.
Because you would have people to cover Kadim being in there. And then Karima would be a more agile person on the boundary.
That's right.
Would be able to have gotten in a lot quicker just now. And what was an easy 2 could have, been just 1. The end of the over has come up though. It's 25 for 2. Scott is there on 7. John Lewis is on 2. Spencer, 2 overs for 12 runs so far. 3 overs, for 12 runs. He has 2 wickets. And they're going to continue with Elroy Francis Jr. And based on what we've known about Elroy Francis Jr., you would say that this was a disappointing year for him at the Blackhawks?
From
the batting standpoint.
Yes. But as I had a conversation last night about the same Elroy with his performance, he might have a disappointed year with the bat. But in terms of knowledge of the game and getting more understanding of the game, I think he'll more benefit being with the Blackhawks setup than being with the Pickett setup, the Crusher setup. So from that perspective, you may say he's a failure from the bat. But then what he's gleaned with the experience and the knowledge, next year probably you will see the performances, the knowledge come into play.
I know when I speak to the folks at Blackhawks, they are very happy to have him.
Yeah. He's a good athlete.
In speaking to somebody, they said to me, Elroy is a proper cricketer.
Yeah.
That's a term that that was used in discussion of Elroy Francis Jr. I, for one, feel that he has gone away from his natural game in terms of his batting. I think if he comes in and be the aggressive batsman that we know he is, hit a couple of balls away, get the feel of a few more balls in the middle of his bat, he can actually get back into the nick of things with his batting.
But I was talking with his dad this week, and he said working environment hampers his practice session. So I think he gave up one of his job, which is the hotel industry, and stick to the teaching. And so he'll have more time to
work on his
game. So let's hope and see that you'll see better off things.
That hotel industry has claimed quite a number of our cricketers.
Yeah. Well, ball.
One person that's not here this weekend is Damien Lowenfield. And one of the things is that he has a hotel job that calls for him to work on the weekends.
That's right.
And we know we saw him. I saw his name last week in the semi-finals.
Yeah, he played last week.
But we're not seeing him feature in this match this weekend. So, and you would remember Javid Charles, Brahmabull, we call him.
Yeah.
A promising fast bowler, and who had a hotel job.
And that was it.
And also, at one point was a Seventh-day Adventist. So had to choose between church or the game. And I think this is good from Francis. This is what we're talking about. Bowl a couple of overs to the wicket keeper. Get a maiden, get an over that just goes for 1, and so on. So like this, just a single coming from that over. What this does, that it also adds to the pressure of Empire, not allowing them to overtake the follow on too quickly, and builds pressure back on the batting team.
Yeah.
So that was a good over, I thought, there from Elroy Francis in the context of the game.
Yeah, I must say, and he seems to bowl well against John Lewis. He did that in the first innings, and
he worked him out. John Lewis drove him for a couple of, I think, 2 or so delivery where he pitched up, and he worked it out very quickly that hard length or short would be better to John Lewis. Again, another good delivery outside the line of the off stump coming from Spencer. And Spencer has good carry to the wicket keeper in this innings, and it's not an easy thing to run down that hill there from Pickets. But when you used to bowl, what did you prefer? I remember you at Falmouth, you used to run up the hill. Was that?
I prefer up the hill.
Oh,
it was too free, too much. Yeah, I like to run up the hill, and you work, have more control of yourself. That's
Edging and
ball.
caught.
Beautiful.
That's
ball.
a beautiful delivery there from Spencer. Outside the line of the off stump, drew Scott into the shot. The edge found. Good catch taken by Joshua Thomas, tumbling away to his left. And that's the wicket there. Spencer gets another wicket, and Empire Nation. They're now 26 for 3. 26 for 3, Empire Nation.
Yeah, that's a good delivery bowler by Spencer. Drew him into the shot, and the ball was swinging away from the batter instead of the line we normally bowl and going into the batman, and taken beautifully by Joshua, going away from him in front of first slip, and that's we see Tappin going to the crease now to replace Scott.
Zavik Tappin, the number 71. He's replacing Kenrick Scott, who is back in the pavilion, and 26 for 3 total for Empire Nation. 26 for 3. So
a lot of good talk about this guy Tappin. I've seen him a few years back with Combined School, and he was impressed. But I still have a problem with the development of the talent that you've seen for 3-4 years ago, and then the talent is stagnant.
Not enough work took place at the Combined School level. When players used to leave Taddy, at least they came with technique.
That's right.
So all you had to work on was the ability probably to get the ball away and so on. But the technique was solid. I think if you're going to have the Combined School program, it has to be a concerted development program. It has to be something. That is why I've been calling for the stadium to become the home of Combined School. Use all the facilities that we have up there. When I say all the facilities, I mean use the dressing room, use the nets, use the bowling machine, use the field, everything, so that the children would get proper training, proper practice in an environment where they don't have to worry about certain things. They could even leave their gears bag. So all they need to do is show up. So when they have practice, they don't have the pressure of having to log with their gears.
Right.
You give them a room up at the stadium where they leave their gears bag, that the coach have the key that they can lock. And so and in that way we would have development taking place. And we have a cadre of coaches available at the school level. When we get to Combined School, it has to be a combined effort.
Right.
So we need somebody to work with the fast bowlers, somebody to work with the spinners, somebody work with the batsmen. When you have somebody like a Bouncing Joseph and so on, who would have gotten to the top level in the program, you have to utilize them. Ridley Jacobs is the coordinator, right? So we have to see something coming out of that program.
Because despite the Combined School play in the first class competition, they're still the future. So that should be the development.
But that is the point that I'm saying.
Yeah.
They shouldn't just play in the competition and be overrun by everybody. They should be in the competition, and teams are supposed to be watching Combined School and looking to see who I want for my club next year or two.
Well, it's not that way now.
If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. I remember when playing against Combined School back in the day, they used to frustrate the living life out of me. Because all they're doing is defending and playing down to mid-off, mid-on.
Listen, I remember at Liberta, Mervyn Jackson, we call him Kepta.
Yeah.
Kept up, played down Hungry and others for a full day.
Yeah.
And is that frustrated?
That the
the
instruction
whole
they get from
village.
Chaddy.
Right.
Just defend. Play the
Yeah,
ball
but
straight.
yes, but at least we could see that that the technique
Right.
aspect, even though they weren't scoring a lot of
Scoring, right.
runs and
Right.
that technique aspect was important, that they would have been learning. And I think that is the difference now, is that we see them coming, they just throw their bat and out and they're gone. And that is part of the issue, is that at school right now is T20 and so on they're playing. School cricket don't need any T20, but that's a different argument.
Yeah.
I don't see. I already see. Next year you're going to hear Joari Edwards and some.
And Nino come and do the commentary instead of Abdel.
No Denmore Roberts or Abdel Hughes, but still a gripping game.
Yeah.
Still in the balance, I think. 17-run lead by the Blackhawks. Empire Nation 26-3, and I think, like I said, the last couple of overs have been good for the Blackhawks, meaning that they've bowled some overs without giving away too much runs, too many runs.
This one has been tugged to the mid-wicket region by
John Lewis.
John Lewis for 4. This one really stood up, and he have all the time in the world to just swizzle in it and hit it to mid-wicket.
It was a short delivery
For 4.
from Francis, a nothing delivery, just a long hop, and John Lewis just stood tall and was able to hit it into the vacant mid-wicket region, which is not so vacant anymore, as Malik Walsh is pushed back into that deep mid-wicket position now by Captain Amal Nathaniel. Here is he. He's out, leg before. The ball kept low, and John Lewis was on the back foot. The ball hit him on the pad, went straight through to the wicket keeper, and that one was plumb, you should say.
So
he was out leg before.
what could he do?
Couldn't do anything about that one. That one is what you call a shooter, a fast shooter. And that one kept low, and John Lewis didn't know anything about that. He walks back dejectedly to the pavilion, and Empire Nation losing their 4th wicket. They're now 30-4.
That basically, that ball was just a little fuller than the one before, which
touch
was,
fuller.
Yeah, but it kept low with pace, and there was nothing that
John Lewis was very late couldn't get the bat down. Late. That one struck him on the pad right in front of the stumps. As a matter of fact, the team thought that he had been bowled.
Yeah, I thought it was bowled. Because the ball went
straight through to almost straight through to the wicket keeper region. So John Lewis goes 34-4, and they still trail the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks by 13 runs. And Tanes Francis has come out to the crease to bat, and I think Tanes should just look to get in, play his natural game, and bat well, and bat well.
First, they need to survive before any more we could fall before lunch.
To go into lunch in that kind of situation. They've lost 4 wickets. I don't think that's the plan that they had coming in, and now Tanes Francis is coming in. He will be on the pressure. Francis bowls him a short, quick delivery to start through to wicket keeper Joshua Thomas.
That was very well played, Denmore. You know, some people will ask, he didn't play the ball, so how was that well played?
Judged it well.
And
just swayed out of the way, allow it to go on its way. So he didn't look as if he was in any trouble whatsoever.
Played it nicely. Looking a single, but Michael.
That's what I'm talking about. Tanes just needs to come in and play Tanes Francis. Don't try to do anything outside of what he normally does in terms of his batting. Because you tend to think that Empire Nation now, they're going to need to bat and bat well after the lunch and interval
That
if
was
they're going to
nicely played
make any.
No worry. Tanis Francis Denmore is a nice talent, one for the future. He has really good batting ability. Good in the outfield also. You know, sharp.
Yes, he was very, very sharp yesterday in the
Yeah.
outfield. So the end of another over, 31 for 4. Empire Nation batting a second time. They still need to clear 12 runs so that the Blackhawks will have to bat again. So they clear 12 and then they will have to set a target for the Blackhawks after. I think the first line of business should be right now to get into lunch safely. Even if they don't clear, they follow on. They should look to try and get into lunch safely without losing any more wickets, and then see what happens in the afternoon session.
But then more from my perspective, I don't think the Empire players play smart cricket because there were too many gaps in the field to accumulate runs, singles, twos, and they would try and play too many horizontal shots. Just get behind the ball, work the ball in the gap, and then you could build your momentum from there. But they didn't. So that defensive fields prove futile when it shouldn't.
The reason why Joao Edwards have overtaken me as the best commentator in Antigua and Barbuda is because he has been speaking about that, the sensible nature of cricket and assessing what is taking place in the match. And I was disappointed the fact that somebody like Scott, somebody like Tyrone Williams Jr. did not assess what was taking place and figure out what they needed to do. And that's one of the reasons, that's one of the things that you need to take place. You need your top players to be thinking. And that is the point that I was trying to make yesterday with the bowling of Kofi James and Kareem Agor and so on. I'm saying that you have gotten to the top level. Kareem Agor was flighting to a number 11 and being hit for 6. And we saw Kofi James doing the same. I remember the very first ball that Kofi James bowled into the pitch after lunch. What did it do? Bounce and turn.
Right. Yep.
And so the top players need to assess the situation and show that they are the top players.
Tennis is showing some real good technique out there. You know, not playing at balls that he should be playing at, picking up the line, leaving it ball, and let's hope that he could survive until after lunch.
Like I said, get to lunch, do an assessment of what is needed, and then take it from there.
And the wicket is not an easy wicket to bat on either.
It's not an easy wicket at all.
It's keeping it a bit low.
Francis is flashing at one. Not taken cleanly by Joshua Thomas.
Well, I understand then, but there will be a break after this this week because of the umpires requesting that break because of the under 15, and so to go into the 40 over, it will be a bit tiring for them. So the ABCA 40 over will not start next week, but the other week. Played nicely.
It will give me an opportunity to take in some of the under 15. I like those matches. Like to watch the youngsters play. So I don't mind they break. I still feel that this should have been week 2 of the Super 40. But
because of the format that you
know, I am not one that thinks that you need to have a finals in a league competition. But that point has been made. So I will encourage folks next week to go on out and watch the under 15. Find out who is playing where and watch all the matches. Maybe not just the Leeward Islands matches.
Beautiful shot played by Francis. A ball that was on his hip and shortish, and he just came inside and hit it to square leg for 4.
Good shot by the youngster. Short delivery, poor delivery by Spencer. Not much pace on it as well. And pivoting and just scoring that shot was Tannis Francis, taking the total to 35 for 4 at the end of that over. And Francis was looking as if Spencer was looking as if he thought that he had a man out there on that midweek, because I saw him. He gestured to the captain, where is the man that should have been on that boundary. But good shot by Tannis Francis.
But Tannis is not a player you could take for granted, not because of his stature. He's a capable batter. He made some 96 against, I think it is Rising Sun, and fall short this year by 100. But he can manage himself.
He's shown that for quite a while.
I remember some 3 years ago, Mahiko playing the final or semi-final, I think, at Freetown.
Edge.
That's 4 down to third man.
Yep.
And I was a coach then of Mahiko, and I asked him to open. And he was nervous. I said, Tannis, you have the ability to. And you could watch the little short dude walk out. And he plays, I think he get 16, you know. And here's him now opening. He opens in the first innings. And playing in the first class competition.
So 4 runs takes the total now to 39 for 4. So just 4 runs to clear the deficit for Empire Nation. And according to my watch, we have another 9 minutes or so before the luncheon interval. So it looks as if Empire will go into the luncheon interval having cleared the deficit. Here is another shot, just flicking it off the legs. And they come back for a second. Good work all around. Brent Joseph running around, picking up cleanly, having a strong throwback with the batsman sprinting back for 2. 41 for 4, so 2 runs to clear.
Is this the Brent Joseph who was...
I let them say he had some magic water. I said that earlier. He must have had some magic water overnight.
This one is punched down to the cover point region. Coming off the boundary is Spencer.
So just
they get a single.
Just a single.
Played nicely again by Tannis. Just get on top of the ball and
they're gonna get 2.
Open the face nicely.
Because this time the ball went a lot finer.
Beautifully
and
played.
Spencer
by
having to do a lot of run around, so they've cleared the deficit, I think, by now. Yep. Have they?
Yeah.
Yes. So they're now leading by 1 44 for 4. So Empire have a 1-run lead. So they've cleared the deficit of 43 that the Blackhawks had, but importantly, they've lost 4 wickets in the process.
I have a question for you then, Mo. Our statement. The first class competition, or the ABC two-day competition, started in January. And this is because of the World Cup T20. They're trying to get their competition, local competitions, finished before then. Now, if that's the case, what happened in the past when they were waiting back for available grounds? And all of a sudden, these grounds become available?
No, you see, let me tell you the problem is. The problem is, Abdiel, that associations have moved away from mutual respect. Football Association used to respect the Cricket Association. So they used to start their competition in. This one is struck away in the air, but Brent Joseph, and they're coming back for a second. They gotten 2 runs in the end. So 2 more runs. The ball was in the air for quite a while from Tanner Francis. It was a top edge, and the ball stayed in the air for a little while. Brent Joseph came around, and then the batsmen were able to come back for 2 runs. But I was saying, Abdiel, Football Association used to start their league as soon as Carnival is finished. You know that it was football.
Right.
A week or 2 after Carnival, football season starts. Football season runs and finishes by December. Gives them that period of time where they used to play their matches and finish in time. Now the football is starting in the end of November and still playing 16 weeks times 2 or something of that, 15 weeks times 2. So grounds that are normally available in January for cricket are no longer available because they're still playing football. We have not necessarily developed a situation where we have grounds specific for football and cricket. Now this year, Pickets is lucky because they have their team is in the Premier Division in terms of football, so they don't play any matches here. We see Karim Agor coming on and just not delivering as he normally does. His first just gets his arm turning over and see. So, but they probably still practice somewhere, or they have a little area that they're able to practice. But what needs to happen is that it needs to get back to a stage where associations meet and discuss, and big people come up with decisions that benefit everybody. So the Football Association needs to understand that football period in Antigua and Barbuda, because it's a small country, and it's the same people we use. We use the same people for cricket, the same people for football.
But then, that's not going to happen because football things that they're supposed to be playing all year round.
But that is why I'm saying that we need to have, because listen, in England, it happens. English football finishes in May to accommodate the summer for cricket. So cricket gets the sunlight period. Remember, football is not affected by the darkness, because the wetness, all those things football can play. So in England, football is played in the autumn going into winter months and finishes in a time period that they allow the summer for cricket. So right now, cricket is not being played in England.
Right.
Because the cricket people know that come May, whatever, at
April,
the middle of May, Premier League, all the football is going to be finished.
Well, the 2nd of May is when cricket starts.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Because they know in that country that football is going to be finished. So even if it is the fans, right, the focus will change to football, to cricket in the summer months. And we need to have the same. We had it before,
Of course.
We had the same. We had it before. We just need to get back to big people. So instead of President Rodney and President Batao Gonzalez being, adversarial, they need to get into a room, sit down like big men, and discuss how our seasons are going to coexist so that the sport can take place.
So at lunch.
The lunch is here. Empire Nation 47 for 4. They have a 4-run lead. And the Empire Nation, just the rundown, 200 all out. Blackhawks 243 all out. Empire 47 for 4, which means that they have a 4-run lead going into the lunch and interval. So we have 2 sessions to go to decide the outcome of this game, and we will see how it goes from here on in. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to refresh ourselves and we'll be back after the luncheon interval. Do join us back in about 40 minutes or so. Until then, it's goodbye.
Okay, good afternoon. We're back after a lunch interval, and we're bringing to you live cricket match, the ABCA two-day final between the Blackhawks and the Nation, Empire Nation, and Liberta Blackhawks. Liberta are in the field, and Empire won the toss yesterday, decided to bat. They mastered 200 runs, and Blackhawks got 247, and they had 43 in the lead. And at lunch, the Empire Nation were 47 for 4, so they're actually 4 runs ahead. Still a poised game. Anything can happen. The wicket is not too playing friendly, so some form of runs lead in the lead, and we could see an enterprising finish. Nino?
Certainly, Abdel Hughes. Good afternoon to the viewers. Empire find themselves right now in a bit of bother, being only 4 runs in the lead. Oh, that's a short ball there by Kofi James. Luckily enough to concede only 1-1. But hopefully, Abdel Hughes, if it is possible, they can get at least an 81 lead and make a game of it. If not, we might be in for an early finish.
Yeah, who knows? As I say, this one is worked off his hip by tenors, Francis, and the ball was retrieved by Elroy Francis Jr. running from slip, and they get a single, so the score now is 49 for 4. 49 for 4. This one is worked again, this time by tapping, and they ran a single, fielded by Kadim Phillip.
Yeah, lots of vacant space there on the onside. So if it is that the batsmen are smart, they'll just keep working it around and getting the singles. Now we see a change in field. Spencer is moving from backward point, coming behind on the 45, short fine leg to try and block that single.
Instead of working it, he pulling this one this time. Beat Spencer at the 45. Comes down to Kadim at the deep square leg position. Back to the square.
Yeah, Kofi James into his first over. I'm sure he'll be trying to come a bit fuller. He's been on the short side thus far this over. Over comes to an end. The score is 51 for 4. After 12 overs, the lead is only 8 runs. So Empire Nations will be hoping to put on quite a bit more runs than that, to give themselves a chance to bowl at the Blackhawks later this afternoon.
The good thing about this over, they get 4 singles without trying anything, and so if they could play some smart cricket and just pick up the ones on a regular, and the 2 and the 4 will come eventually. But instead of they bogging down themselves, then it can be added pressure on them.
Yes, definitely. The previous over had some good strike rotation, so let's hope that young Tannes could continue.
We've seen him done this in the first innings also. Kareem Ago don't deliver the force ball. Knowing this from bring back memories of Von Walsh / Hungary. Never really delivered that first ball. Just run in and then let's go back. And then on the second attempt, then is when he delivered. Ever since I've known Von Walsh, and that's his warm-up run.
Is that something tactical, Abdi? Or you think it's just a habit?
It's just a habit. It's just a habit. And he does that throughout his career.
I heard a lot about him, Abdel Hughes. Heard that he was very quick back in the day. Never got to see him play.
Very quick. Short in stature, but strong lad. And he's a handful. And he normally says, even though you knock him before, it doesn't matter because the ball has no feeling. You only want to knock you one time with the ball. You will get the feeling. Cut nicely this time. To the cover region, Kadim Fields. And again, they're scoring a single by taking no undue risk. Two young upcoming cricketers, Tapin and Francis. This one is trying to work it off his hip, but it is his toes, but just rushes into the pad, and there was no appeal, and no run.
Yeah, I'm sure these two young batters would be aware that Karim is looking to target their front pads, get them bowl or LBW. So, at the end of that over, the score is 53 for 4. Empire Nation extending their lead to 10 runs. Tanis Francis, he's on 12, and Toppin on 11. Liberta going for two of their most experienced bowlers directly after lunch, Abdi. Kofi James on one end and Karim Ago from the next.
Yeah, and they're trying to send them the advantage now and trying to pressure these two young batters.
Do you think that that's an opportunity that Empire Nation missed? Because if you recall in the first innings while Liberta were batting, Justin Attines, he came into the attack very late. The score was already close to 80, 90 runs before he bowled his first ball.
Yeah, I wondered why that was happening also, because he's the most experienced bowler and he held back himself too long when he should be in the attack and trying to pressure the batters, but he allowed them to, because they were scoring rapidly.
Yeah, Kofi James scored 62 from 34 balls or so.
Yeah.
Not only he's one of the most experienced bowlers, but he's also the tournament's leading wicket taker. Expansive shot, Abdel Hughes down to long on, and he's caught.
Yes, and this uncalled for a shot there by Tapin. They were doing so good by scoring the singles, but then he chose to go the aerial route and held out onto a long on region taken by Malik Walsh. And so, as you said earlier, and the Liberta went to the two experienced bowlers and trying to press home that choke hole that they have on the Empire Nation, and Tapin falls for it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a change in the game plan. I don't know the game plan of the Empire Nation, but only the third over after lunch and holding out down at long on when your lead is 10 with 4 wickets already down. I feel like he should be a bit disappointed with that shot.
Yeah.
They were rotating the strike really, really good for the past 2 overs, so that was really uncalled for.
As we watch Garfield Joseph pass across the commentary booth, and an experienced player from Pickers Village who speaks very exploit open bat, you know, he's he's, he in his days he was Charlesworth Jeremy and him used to open. These guys, even though you just think short while you're bowling, they pick it up right away. But that was back then. I hope these guys could lend their knowledge back to the young ones. You know, not too many senior players have left the scene and are coming sharing their knowledge. So I hope Garfield will take up that mentor and
Yeah, the new batsman, Gary Durberry. We'd be hoping that he'd be able to contribute to the scorecard.
quicker delivery.
Yes, Durberry did well to keep that one out.
At first innings, he batted probably 4 or 5 balls, and none of the ball he was very assertive in defending. You know, and I wondered of these players that playing this in this competition this long and that comfortable in their stroke play.
Well, he's somebody that he's not really pretty on the eyes, but he normally is very effective. Think he would have scored the odd half century here or there throughout the competition. He's somebody that gets ugly runs. Normally gets it done somehow.
Well, the Empire Nation needs that ugly runs today.
Yes, definitely. They'll be hoping for that.
This one is cut nicely by tenors. France is down to the third man region. Will it go into the fence? No, they run 2, and that's all they'll have. As we watch the 2 Miller brothers. Paul Miller, he fall off somewhat in your opinion, Nino?
I don't think so, Abdi.
No.
These guys are still young, you know, so they have some time to work on their craft.
I just want to know your opinion, Nino, that's all.
Yeah, no problem.
But I'm always of the opinion that Matthew is the better one since he was a little lad, you know. But hey, he's left to be seen. He got 100 this year. Let's hope he can capitalize, making many more. As we well played. Ball outside the off stump and tennis just get forward, pick the line up and left the ball left alone and taken nicely behind the stump by Joshua Thomas.
Abdel Hughes, Tanis is one of those cricketers that he's prepared to spend some time at the crease. I like his temperament. He generally looks to stay and work hard for his runs. I think that's the right mindset to have as a young batter, not being in a hurry to make things happen.
And you can't sleep on him because he could play a good cricket shot.
Yeah, he has a really good temperament. So let's hope that he can spend some time out there today and hopefully partner with someone and just string along a partnership and see what the nations can get on the board.
Yes, we watch. Kofi is freshly back from the leewards and now taking up duty with the Blackhawks. And he's bringing his experience with the bowling.
Yeah, Kofi is one of those bowlers. He's always looking for a wicket, looking for a way to out the batsman. So he's somebody, when you're batting him, you can't really sleep on him. You know, he's always on the ball. He's always on the money. So it's very important that Dewberry, very important that he's aware of what Kofi James is trying to do. And so far, if you notice, Kofi has been dead straight, asking Dewberry to play every single delivery.
Yeah. And well, he fights to live again. He survived. Oh, there's one more ball in the over. As we watch the end of Kofi's over, the score is 55 for 5. So the lead now is 12.
Yeah, the Blackhawks will be looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible because it's not an easy pitch to bat on. So they wouldn't want the Empire Nations to get too big a lead. So they'll be looking to wrap up this as quickly as possible. Because Abdel Hughes, I feel like with if it is that they're supposed to get a lead of close to 100, 120, you never know in this cricket. You never know.
And again, the wicket is not the best to bat on, so anything can happen. And you may find an overcast condition to bowl at with whatever runs is there that they're post. So we still got to fight to the end. Played by tennis. Let's say hello to Jason Peters in England and say Everton Mead in Connecticut. Ball that makes some height, but tennis is over it and punching it into the cover point region, and there was no run fielded by Grays. Oh, well bowled by Karima. The arm ball this time. Tennis was on the faster one, and tennis was looking to punch as he does the last time, but it was fuller, it was faster, and it was the arm ball. And there goes tennis walking back to the pavilion. And so the Empire Nation lose their 6th wicket for 55 runs.
Yeah, that was beautifully set up by Karima Goa. The last few deliveries outside the off stump, not as quickly, but that one was quick and fast and straight, and tennis was beating all end up.
As we watch the experienced Atanez walks to the crease, it's going to take a cameo for him to change the fortune. As we know how he plays, he's not one who will stick around, he's one who will score. And we'll see how he fights back against the experienced Karima Goa, who has spread far and wide in his little young career. He's played for the United States, and he played for the Leewards.
Yeah, he's a really good cricketer, very disciplined. He's somebody that puts in the work when everybody else is linemen. He'd be over in ball beef, batting on the machine or doing drills or doing his fitness work. So he's a very disciplined cricketer, and all the success that he's receiving now is because of that. So
yeah,
good on him. Hope that he keeps that up and he has a really good, long, illustrious career.
Most definitely. Yeah, you see kudos to, as we watch the end of Karima's over, kudos to the Jennings team reaching their first semi-final in the 2 days, and kudos to Lige Peters as the head coach, And let's hope that they could go from strength to strength. As we know, Miller have toiling with Jennings since 2008. Has to travel with the team because there was no home game for some maybe 10 or more years. And he's stuck with that task. And finally they have the playing facilities up and running. So they have home games now, and they have a pavilion, well, a building that they call a pavilion. But the representative, Malwin Joseph, Sir Malwin Joseph, erected, but I would just say, so, oh, ball.
A lucky escape there for Dewberry. Inside edge down to short fine leg.
Unlucky. Oh. Sport technique by Dewey here. He lived to survive, but there's a short leg. And Kofi is bowling into that area in which, instead of him sweeping, he's just tapping the ball there to Michael. So you may just see Dewberry goes at the four short leg route.
Yeah, Kofi would have changed his angle, going around the wicket, but I think he'll need a leg slip if he's bowling that line. Abdel Hughes, a lot of the balls going down there, and Dewberry just fending. In the event that the edge is created, that no one will be there to catch the ball. So again, down the leg side by Kofi James, and that over coming to an end. The score is 55 for 6.
Whatever Kofi's trying to work on, the line is not. He's not getting the line right. We the first innings when he when he was bowling, when he was saying to me that the ball is jiffing a lot, but then now the ball is not jiffing, but his line is down the leg side, and I can't make sense of it. But he got the ball in his hand.
Yeah, knowing Kofi James, he'd probably give you a brilliant explanation as to why he's bowling that line. So I guess he knows what he's up to, you know.
Yeah.
I have the sense that something is going to happen this over. They have the feeling, just a gut feeling.
Yeah.
That Justin Martinez is looking to do something this over. And he goes high. Abdel Hughes right on cue. Amal is under it. Gone.
He adjusted it, you know. He adjusted it. Adjusted it, and a ball that was pitched on the middle stump, going away from him, and there goes Athens. A swing across the line, and it just goes in the air and taken nicely by Amal. And so Captain Athens walked back dejectedly. 59 for 7.
Yeah, disappointing shot by Athens. You could have sensed something was about to happen, and it did happen. Athens goes without troubling the scores.
But we're having an anticlimax as to the whole competition. Yesterday we were saying that this is the best game that we've seen all season because of the competitive nature of both teams yesterday. And now here is the whole competition, the whole season coming back to fruition, where the pitch that's trained is the batsman not applying himself in the wicket. Because when they started, Nino, before he came, the field was spread. from ball one. The field was so there were a lot of space in the field, but yet still Scott and T. Willie and De Silva, all of them were playing injudicious shots instead of working the ball for singles and play sensible cricket. Yeah, 55 for 7, Empire Nation. So they're what, 12 in the lead?
Yeah, and incoming Jevon James, incoming batsman, would have scored 20 plus the first innings. So he'd be hoping to repeat his performance or even better this time around. The team desperately needs something from him. We'll see what he has to offer.
We've seen a partnership between Jay and Mackenzie. And this one is in the air again and taken by Kareem Gore. Again, no thought into Jay's batting. And he goes, so 55 for 8.
And I'm beginning to get the feeling like the nations have given up. Some of the shots they're playing, the thought process behind of what's happening with only a lead of 12. It seems like they're just having a good time now because...
Yeah, I mean, the way in which they're playing is like, at least we're in the final. You know, it's like, at least we're in the final. It's not like they really putting their heads down as we... There's a pass Blackhawks player, and the guys are haunting him as he walks to the crease. 12, the lead for Empire Nation. Juby, none from 14 ball. And Harris just get to the crease. Karima 3.5 overs, 3.4 overs, 3 for 5.
Well, Abdel Hughes, I'm getting the feeling that this delivery is going to be very quick, straight at the stumps. Looking for LBR ball on.
Well played by Harris.
It was certainly quick, but not straight enough.
And Kadim, even from the extra cover fences, taunting Harris, who used to play for the Blackhawks and now playing for the nation, as Karima. The ball was too quick and he's punching, and the ball could only go as far as trickles rather to the cover point region to where Graves fields, and there's no run. So the end of the 5th over by Karima.
Score is still 55 for 8 with a lead of only 12 runs. So putting it into context, I'd say it's 12 for 8, Abdi.
Yeah.
Because if it is that they don't get much more, the Blackhawks would only have 12 or a little more than that to make for victory. And
well, Nino, I'll put you in mark because you got it prepared. Because Denmore said by next day, any time here on, he and I won't be contracted again by the association because we're too critical. You and Gerard, you would be the one chosen.
well,
So good luck in the endeavor.
Abdial, in anything, continuity is very important.
That's right. This one has been played in the mid-wicket region. They get a single. So the score now is 56 for 8.
Dewberry finally getting off the mark after 15 deliveries. Getting his first one.
But constructive criticism is always important and should be welcome when it's constructive. But some people are thin-skinned and get only their skin, you know. But it's well played by Harris, and there's no run. 56 for 8.
How long do you think Harris will continue this defending Abdel Hughes?
Not too long. This one is down the leg side. He's proping forward.
I firmly believe if Kofi tosses his ball up above the eye line of Harris, he'll be looking to go downtown as well.
And he's a burly fella. So if you get a hold of it, it could go. And this could be a run out. No, missing. The ball was picked up by Spencer, and in trying to throw it, the ball slipped out of his grasp. So they ran a single eventually. So Dewberry is back in strike. So both batters on 1. Dewberry 1 from 15, and Harris 1 from 5. So one down the leg side again. And Josh not taking it cleanly. We're looking for 2 by coming, and Will and the finger is going up. Run out, and Dewberry is run out, and the Blackhawks keep on squeezing with the choke hole. And so Empire Nation now is 58 for 9.
Yeah, Abdel Hughes, that was a terrible judge of a second run. The ball didn't travel outside of the 30-yard circle. It was still in the grasp of Michael Graves' hand, and I was really surprised to see Dewberry decided on going for the second to his demise. So
I don't know if you see this a while ago, but Kadim Phillip went and hugged Michael Graves, but Michael Graves has a lot of body to get around.
yeah,
What is all love?
yeah, Philip is a big unit.
Yeah.
Incoming batsman Abdi, Michael McKenzie.
Oh wow. Well,
yeah. Yesterday
well,
played
who knows?
a gem of an innings. Abdi was hitting quite a few sixes.
He surprises me just as Spencer surprises then more. So, who knows what could happen today? Yeah, so the Blackhawks is really cruising home to victory, and they have to go and bat, but it's a meager total for them.
So far, only 15. Can Mackenzie put some more on the board, Abdel Hughes?
And I don't know what Kofi is holding his head as if he almost hit out the leg stump and his ball is way down the leg side. I don't know. Denmo is wondering what Kofi's saying. But they have the stroke hole. As we're watching, the cameraman is picking up United airline.
Yeah, the way the Empire Nations, the way they're batting at the moment, maybe they're looking to catch that flight up there. Could be a bit late for.
They'll be late, yeah.
For departure. So we'll see how this over.
This could probably be the last over before the Blackhawks take the crease.
Yeah, the score is only 58 for 9 with a lead of only 15 runs.
Cuts and beats Graves in the cover point region. Coming off the boundaries, Kadim, and he hurls it to Elroy Francis Jr., who was a member of the Crushers team last year and no longer, and now with the Blackhawks, and I'm going to taste how victory feels. after being there so many times in the past 5 years. The Crushers, I don't know. Yeah, 6 years ago, yeah. Beating the same Blackhawks. But that's out of the taste now. It's water on the bridge. When you do it on a regular basis, it becomes part of you.
Yeah, it becomes a habit, and the Blackhawks certainly they possess the know-how
Yeah.
of getting to finals and winning. A formula that they certainly know.
Karima. Again, well played by Mackenzie. He's showing some good batsmanship.
Yeah, he'd be probably arguing that he should have came in a bit earlier.
Played. This one is a bit straighter. It's quicker, but it wasn't well directed. It more into the pad area at the end of the over. So Karima finishes his 6th over. 3 for 5. And Nino, yesterday the park was full with cars, but it's not that full today. Quite a few still around the park.
People probably went to church first and maybe saying that they would have come and catch the afternoon session, but there might be no afternoon session by the time church is over.
Yeah, the Blackhawk is making a meal of this.
Certainly. So again, a lead of only 16 runs, and Kofi James now changes his angle as he goes over the wicket to Jalen.
Oh, could be a run. Oh, this was awkwardly done. Harris, baller was bouncing him, didn't get enough leverage, and he just tapped it off his hip.
Yeah.
And Michael Graves took evasive action, and the ballers go over his head, and Karima trying to make a run out of it, but they got a single in the end.
Yeah, Graves probably thought he would have came off a bit faster than he actually did.
Now, look at this then, Nino Henry. Just yesterday, this one is hit in the air, going into the wind, and Mackenzie now is posing some face to the Blackhawks, because you got a deep back on the square, mid wicket, deep, cover cold corner, and a long on. So no Harrison strike, cold corner is in, and so Mackenzie has put some fear. This one is swashed into the square leg region, coming around from the backward square leg region is Kadim Phillip, who hurls the ball to Joshua Thomas. He laughs, but he used to have that arm back in the day when I was coaching Liberta. I used to I'd be afraid of using the mitt to catch Kadim's ball because he used to have a really good arm. But as we watch, this one is hit nicely. Give himself some room. No, Mackenzie has really created some fears to the Blackhawks.
Yeah. Fiercely stroked by Mackenzie. He really smashed that one to the offside after giving himself some room.
I've seen the side of Mackenzie Nino Henry that I've never seen. I remember yesterday I was telling him that he has a good defense, but he showed an aggression first innings, and now
And that's
this one is
that could be
hit
six
is out.
in
Is
the
out, and he
final.
held out at the corner region,
Yeah.
and there's the end of the block, the Empire Nation, and taking on the win. Again, young Mackenzie doesn't really understand.
Yeah, with being bowled out now for 66 with only 23 runs lead. The Blackhawks
Wow.
require 24 now for victory, an outright victory here in the two-day finals.
Light work.
Should be light work.
I can't see things go haywire today. I know cricket is a game of glories and uncertainties, but if it does, and no explaining kid could ever explain the what if it transpired at Nino.
Yeah, the Empire Nation being bowled out in only 21 overs, 21.5 to be exact. They'd be disappointed with that effort. No problem. Giving the Blackhawk only 24 runs to win. Yet another two-day finals.
So we'll wait until the resumption of the Blackhawks, who will be chasing 24 for victory. Until then, bye-bye.
And the umpires are walking back out for the conclusion of this match between PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks and Empire Nation. Empire Nation making 66 all out in their second innings, which means that the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks needs 24 runs if they're going to achieve a victory. Cricket is a funny old game, so we won't go. I'm not going to call it until it happens, but it would be very, very interesting if Liberta Blackhawks make a hash of getting 23 runs for victory in this finals here today. It's been good cricket some parts, not so good cricket in the other parts. The first innings were very, very close. Thought that for a while Empire Nation getting to that 200 runs seemed to be okay. Then the Blackhawks overnight just getting over the line, getting past them with a 4-run lead. But I think that this morning the tactics of Captain Justin Athenes seems to not be spot on, as he started with pace this morning and leaked some runs, giving Blackhawks a 43-run lead. And then when Empire went into bat, the top order batters for Empire Nation didn't seem to come out with a plan. They came out, the Liberta Blackhawks captain chose to go to an ultra defensive field, and the PS and the Empire Nation batters just did not know what to do in terms of their approach to the batting. Joari Edwards, who was with us earlier on, he was pointing out that normal cricket, because there were so many gaps in the field set by PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks, that if the Empire Nation batters had just batted normally and picked up the ones and twos, we could be in a different type of situation here at Pickett's playing field. However, we're just waiting for the conclusion. Alongside me is an ever improving, ever getting better at commentary, Nino Henry. We don't want him to stop his cricket just yet, because we think that he has a lot more to offer in terms of his cricket. How has the season been for you personally, Nino, this season so far?
Oh, well, for me personally, I feel like it was a mixed season. With the ball, I bowled really decent, in my opinion. However, I think I left a few runs out there with the bat. So I marked myself hardly on that, and not being able to score the amount of runs I wanted to score. I'm a bit disappointed with that. But however, it's cricket. I'm looking forward to the next competition. Looking to learn from that.
So surely looking to try and learn from that, and looking forward to the next competition. Which format of the cricket do you prefer? The 2-day, or the longer version, or the 1-day stuff?
I prefer the shorter version right now. I like the excitement. I like the same-day results. I like the thrill that comes with the white ball stuff right now. 2-day, it requires skill and all of that, but I feel like I'm more interested in the white ball stuff right now, to be honest.
So, if you were to offer some suggestions as to how could we get the 2-day version a lot more exciting. We're about to see the first delivery by John Lewis, bowling to the right-handed Walsh. Is that Malik Walsh? And he gets off the mark right away with a ball that just pushed into the offside field. A simple defensive prod. The ball going square of the wicket, and he's able to get off the mark with a single. So Kashaski John Lewis, who had a good first innings, didn't bat so well in the second innings today, and Empire Nation only scoring 66 runs in their second innings. Kofi James, who also had some runs in the first innings, would want to see Blackhawks over the line, but Empire Nation will no doubt have other ideas. Here is Lewis to James, and James plays a lazy shot outside the line of the off stump to a delivery that was wide of the off stump, and not a shot of any real conviction by Kofi James, just almost waving the bat at it outside the line of the off stump. He would argue that he was just playing over inside the line of that one, just allowing it to go by.
Yeah, I'm knowing Kofi James, he's not going to be looking to spend much time with this 23 runs now. He'd be looking to get it over with as quickly as possible.
Lewis starts and stops as he's charging down the hill, and 23 runs needed more for the Blackhawks to achieve victory. So they have 24 for victory. The Blackhawks, here is Lewis. Comes in and Kofi James is driving, but straight to Athens at extra cover. All along the ground, no run. He was leaning into that one, just probably played it a little bit too early, so it went straight to the fielder at extra cover. So Viv Richards one time in speaking to me on air said the batsmen have to learn just to play it a little later so that they clear the fielder. He said he's seen a lot of good shots, but straight to fielders. And again, Kofi James is into a drive, but again, straight to the fielder at extra cover, who is Justin Athens. No run. So, almost, we can see an anticlimactic end to the exciting finish, one where folks were expecting, but it is cricket. And until Blackhawks clear the 24 runs, we can't call it victory. Here is John Lewis in to James, and James is going to get a run, as this time he just plays it a little later and gets it away from Athens at extra cover and to the right of Tappin, who is in that point position. And so just one more to the total, on to two without loss. A pretty overcast afternoon here in Pickett's. We've had clouds around for the entire day, just a sprinkling in terms of rain that we've had here at Pickett's playing field. Here is Walsh getting one that is rising at him, and he's just almost putting the bat at it, but just rocked out of the way at that last moment. And John Lewis has had some of the faster deliveries we've seen in this match, especially those deliveries that have hit the seam, like that one. At the end of the first over, Blackhawks 2 without loss. They require 22 more runs for victory. So Kofi James and Malik Walsh, and both players would be looking to finish this two-day competition on a high note and get ready for the Super 40 competition. We have the West Indies on the 15 tournament coming up in Antigua and Barbuda, and matches will be at Coolidge, All Saints, Bethesda, and Liberta. We understand those are the 4 venues that are going to be used in the under 15. So if you have some time on your hand, you can choose one of those venues to watch some matches. And I encourage you, not just watch the Leeward Islands matches only, take in some of the other boys so that you can get to see what are some of the upcoming talent in the West Indies, and you can judge for yourself whether or not we have good talent that are coming through. One that I am looking forward, I'm going to be seeking out, is the young Hetmeyer out of Guyana. He's had a prolific time as a young under 15 player. I think he has either a double or triple century in Guyana. So he's one that I'm going to be looking for. Jalen Harris is going to be bowling for Empire Nation from the southern end, and he's going to be bowling to Kofi James.
I think this might be the over that Kofi looks to attack. Jalen Harris, a former Blackhawk player.
Certainly spent a number of years over at the Blackhawks, now representing Empire Nation. And here is he almost having the wicket of Kofi James. Kofi James was backing away from one that bounced and lobbed it in the air, but away from that looks to be Tyrone Williams Jr. And he survives, no run. So Jalen Harris is struck away out into the mid-wicket region, and it bounces off the fielder and over the boundary for 4. One bounce. Kofi James seems to have had enough of Jalen Harris, and he just gave himself room like a T20 match and hit that one into the mid-wicket region. The ball one bounce. Gianni De Silva couldn't stop it from going over the boundary. He tried to push it back, but the ball fell over the boundary, and 4 runs to Kofi James.
Yeah,
So
Harris seems to be getting some extra bounce from that end, so I think Kofi's going to be
But I don't think that it is time yet for Kofi James to be frustrated with Harris. Here is he hitting this one out over the top. No, it's thrown back. He got both hands to it, the fielder there, but just flicked it back because he was falling over the boundary ropes, and instead of a 6 or being out, Kofi James just gets a single. But again, I don't think Kofi James needs to give his hand away in this situation. 17 runs needed. What happened if Jalen Harris bowls a couple of good balls? There is nothing at all wrong with that. Malik Walsh gets one, and Jalen Harris is extracting quite a bit of bounce here from the pitch. The 4 deliveries that we've seen him bowl have all made some height.
Yeah, definitely. I know Malik Walsh will be looking to come not out in this chase. Kofi James.
I think both players need to look to come not out in this chase because there's not enough runs for panic. And here was Walsh cutting one, but cuts it straight to the point fielder and can't score. So the end of Jalen Harris is over. 6 runs coming from it. The Blackhawks, they've moved on to 7 without loss. Kofi James, he is on 6, and Malik Walsh is on 1, and 7 without loss, and they need a further 17 runs for victory. Remember, they're trying to get to 24. So
it's going to be interesting to see Kofi James approach in this over. We know that 17 runs isn't a bother, but Kofi isn't really looking to spend a lot of time to get these 17 runs.
It's a quarter to 2. We have quite a lot of time left. Kofi James should look at this run chase as a batting practice, as a net practice. Spend some time, get the runs, yes, but there is no need for anything rash, no need to give your hand away in chasing 23. That's just my take. Here is James driving straight back past the bowler for 4. And he's going to get balls like that he gets to put away. So there is no need for the rush of blood like we saw with Jalen Harris. He pulled one, got a boundary, got 4 luckily, and then almost gave his hand away down at Cow Corner. Just wait the time. Time will come. The deliveries will come. You will get the opportunity to score.
Definitely, 100% agree with you. Let's hope that is his mindset, that he's going to wait for the bad deliveries to put away and not try to force anything that's not there.
His coach or his captain or whoever is in charge of Blackhawks need to instill that in him. That, hey, in these sort of run chase, the big player, you don't get out. And he's bowled on the back foot, trying to force it away and missed it completely. And his off stump is knocked back. Kofi James goes, and Empire Nation getting the first wicket. Is 11 for 1. The Liberta Blackhawks. Kofi James being bowled. And he walks back to the pavilion dejectedly, but he should be, because you don't want to get your stumps knocked down in a small run chase like this one. You're looking to get just 23 runs, and you really want to make sure that you just see it home. Really should have done so without any real trouble. Michael Graves is going to come in to join Malik Walsh at the crease with 13 runs needed, and Kofi James well back in the pavilion.
It was always on the card. You always had that feeling that Kofi James was going to try something. He didn't want to spend much time to get this 13 runs, but as you rightfully said, it's only 2:30. We have all afternoon, so
it's actually 1:45, not even 2:30, just 1:45. So we have until 5 p.m. to get 23 runs. So there is no rush, no real hurry, and this is what we talk about. We want to see better thinking, better application from our top players.
Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you, dear Denmo.
John Lewis with his tail up, bowling to Michael Graves, who gets on top of it and just works it into the onside for an easy single. There is no one in the mid-wicket region, and so Graves was able to just pick up an easy run. For those who like the field, there are two slips. There's a gully, there's a man at point, and one of those slips have just been moved into an extra cover region. So you have two slips, a man at deep point, as Lewis is in to Walsh, one that keeps low, and Walsh is forward and defensive and playing it into the offside field, and there is no run. So he has a cover and extra cover mid-off. There's a man at mid-on, there's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a man down on the fine leg boundary. That's the field for Kashaski. John Lewis, who I think that his bowling might be underrated, because I think he's looked a lot better than I expected. Here is John Lewis in, and Walsh is driving and knocked down by Athenes in that extra cover region. For a moment there, you would think that if that one had gotten past Athenes, it would have certainly been a boundary. But good work by Athenes, just sticking that left hand out and knocking it down in the field. And so Malik Walsh can't score. 12 runs still needed.
Beautiful stroke nevertheless. Malik Walsh is known for a pretty cover drive. So I think John Lewis would want to pull back the length just a bit, getting out of that half volley range.
John Lewis is in to Walsh, and Walsh gets one that's going down the leg side and taking him on the pad. Just a stifled appeal from one, a leg by signal by umpire Shekels to end the over. At the end of it, the Blackhawks, they've moved on to 13 for 1. The Liberta Blackhawks, they need a further 11 runs for victory in this ABCA two-day competition for 2024. Let me just say thank you very much to all the teams who participated in this tournament, all 10 teams who participated at some point. Let me also say special thank you to the ABCA. One of the things that I think that has we've hit the ABCA very hard throughout the weekend, but one of the good things about is the app. I think the app has helped a lot of us. I know it helped me, because sometimes when I have to work on a weekend, I'm still able to follow the games. And it also keeps the scores very active in terms of in front of you. So somebody like me that does a sports show, I'm able to access the scores at any time any discussion comes up. We can quickly go and look at how the players are doing and stuff like that. The app has been a revelation for me, something that is very good. I hope that it's kept. Here is Walsh cutting at one, that from Jalen Harris again. Just a little bit of bounce outside the line of the off stump, but he's cutting it straight to that field at deep point, and there's no run.
Yeah, another good thing that the ABCA also would have done is to find a way to get cricket on, even though the football season is still in full swing.
Yes, that's very true. That the football season, and I was discussing it earlier, and somebody had said to me that I'm going to read one of the comments that came in from that discussion. The person was making a point, and they were talking about the transfer window for football, and they're saying that that is also something that is affecting the start time for football. They're saying teams don't know who plays for them until the end of the transfer window, which is at the end of September. But I'm not buying that, because my take is until the transfer window closes, all who played for you the year before still belong to you. So you can start with who you had before, and if when the transfer window ends, somebody's moved, they go and play for their new team. But you'd still have, it is not like a situation where all the teams go to zero. When the transfer window opens, the people who played for you before are still your players. Here is this delivery again, making a little bit of height from Jalen Harris, and Graves this time just working it on the onside. Can't beat the fielder in. So 10 runs needed now. 14 for 1 is the...
that was very good by on the association's behalf, because, you know, as a cricketer, you want to be playing cricket. You don't want to see that cricket season is delayed and because of football and lack of venues available and stuff like that. So to be able to put on these games, sometimes you have two teams playing at a mutual venue to make it happen. I mean,
I think that was a good thing, because and I think the willingness too of teams to play at a neutral venue. Sometime before, you know, we used to be territorial, and I think the willingness of teams to trust the fact of playing at a neutral venue, trust somebody else doing the preparation of the field and so on, is a positive in terms of the cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. All we need to work on now is we need to work on the quality of the actual cricket, getting the batsmen and bowlers up to the highest level, and making sure. Here is another run coming again. That run is always there on the onside, just dropping it on the onside. Malik Walsh, and calling through Graves for an easy single.
So quickly, Denmore, what do you think are some of the ways the association can get that to happen?
I've said it before that we have trained enough people that we need to start to let them repay some of the investment that the Cricket Association has put into some of them. Some of the training that has taken place have been paid for by the ABCA. Have camps, have concerted effort. The good defensive shot that by Michael Gill. Have concerted effort to have people improve. So you're gonna have camps for bowlers, camps for batters, camps for thing. You have to have a youth program. So you want to say to the clubs, try as much as possible to have a recruitment program, to try and find some youngsters to come into the clubs. And even if it is that you have to say, you know what, my under 10 is going to be even if you say my under 10 is going to be a kiddie cricket ball Saturday morning knockabout, just to get the interest in terms of cricket, we have to put some sort of effort. When I was growing up, we had something that we used to go to Seaview Farm on a Saturday. It was sponsored by the government. The school bus used to come for us, and we went to Seaview Farm. The folks from St. Paul's. And Graves is driving one beautifully out to the long on region for 4. That was a good shot. It was an on-drive. It was pitched up to him on the leg stump, and he went with it and drove it beautifully and got a boundary. We used to go Seaview Farm. There was one round south, T. Willie. They used to go, and I don't remember who was on this side, but there was one in New Winthrops as well. That's right. So we used to go on a Saturday morning. I still remember Byers, the school bus driver, used to come for us, and when he doesn't see us, he back up 2 our yards. Here is a ball that's played away in the offside. Yes, and then no was the call. And even if sometimes our parents were angry with us because we didn't do something, when they look and see that big yellow bus backing up the road coming for us, their minds change, and we were happy. So we used to tell buyers before, remember, if you don't see us back up, car might be in trouble. Yeah, and and he used to religiously come for us every Saturday. Right? So I'm just saying that is a program that was a government sponsor. Fredo was our coach. We went by Fredo, we coached us, and then we went to his yard to raid his fridge. afterwards. And up to now, I still respect Keith Frederick, because I thought that at that time, you might not have known, but Bangalore Western was a left-arm fast bowler. Broke his left arm with us one of the Saturday mornings, and when he came back a right arm fast bowler.
Wow.
Dane Weston, and he had a twin. He had a twin brother that used to come and bat, right? But so I'm just saying that these were deliberate programs to improve people, and if we don't get back to stuff like that, we have to have deliberate effort, or else we're not going to improve. And then we also need something to motivate players to play for. Why are you playing when you don't know that there is a Leeward Islands tournament to go to? Why am I knocking up? Why am I asking for my Saturday off and Sunday off, and I don't have anything to play for? So we need to get back some sort of tournament that we know its schedule is going to happen, and that might also help improve people's performance. Here is this one, driven past the cover fielder into the boundary for 4. And that should do it. Is that it? That should be it. 24 should be it. So that's the end of the match. 24 for 1, the Blackhawks. And in the end, as you can see, it was a very straightforward victory for the Blackhawks with 23 runs. And that is why I was so disappointed when Kofi James got out, because you always tend to think that this was going to be a straightforward effort where the Blackhawks. Michael Graves, he ends on 9. Malik Walsh was there from the start on 3 runs, but as you said, Malik wanted to bat not out in this one, and he did get into the 24 runs needed for victory. And it means that Liberta Blackhawks, sponsored by PIC Insurance Company, are the 2024 ABCA two-day competition champions. Congratulations to the Blackhawks. Congratulations to the coach, Kenny Benjamin, and Amal Nathaniel, the captain, and all the players of Blackhawks. And congratulations too to Empire Nation, who would have come here today and put up a fight. Yesterday we had a lot more fight than we did today, but the game was played in good spirits between the two teams, and I expect that both teams are going to feature in many more of the rivalries for the season.
Yes, definitely. Congratulations to the Liberta Blackhawks team, coach Kenny Benjamin, and everyone involved. They had a slow start to their campaign, but as true champions, they found a way to make it right to the end, which is something that I think the other clubs could learn from.
Somebody's asking me, where do you work on the weekends? I just want them to know that I actually do voice services for folks, which means that I MC weddings, birthdays, anniversaries, anything that happens, and I actually do part-time with a company in Antigua and Barbuda that offers those services, and once there is a function out at that facility, my services are utilized in that way. So if you have a voice service that you want done, if you want a death announcement read, if you want anything of that sort, those are the kind of services I also do. And I also, like I said, host weddings, birthdays, parties, anniversaries, banquets, and anything that somebody wants to add a little spice to, they can also hire me. Kadeem Phillip is out there. He's pretty happy. The Blackhawks are happy. And if you could just give us a little rundown, what is your take on the game overall, Nino, Henry?
Well, it started pretty good. I feel like 200 was competitive. However, I think that the captain for the Empire team probably took a bit more time than he needed to introduce himself into the attack during the Liberta's first innings. However, it was a well-fought game coming down into this morning again. I think the Empire Nations allowed the Blackhawks to get away, well, to get too far from them, and then after that coming in and batting so recklessly, I think they'd be disappointed with their effort in the second innings with the bat. However, very easy chase for the Blackhawks in the end.
So we're going to probably just stick around for the photos with the trophy, because we understand that there's going to be a presentation ceremony at a later date when the ABCA will do an official presentation. But the trophy is here for the Blackhawks, and there's going to be a small trophy presentation. Let me just bring you up to date with what would have taken place in this match, so that if you're just joining us and if you have not yet been up to date with what is taking place, let me just give you the update of what would have taken place in this encounter. It's the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks versus Empire Nation in the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association 2-day finals. Both teams would have come through the league stage. The league stage was actually led by Pickett's Crushers. Blackhawks were second, with Jennings Tigers in third and Empire Nation fourth. And we haven't spoken a lot about Jennings Tigers. How do you see that progress going over there in Jennings? For the last few years, they've been improving slowly but surely. Do you think that in maybe a year or two or three, that Jennings Tigers will be one of the forces to be reckoned with in local cricket?
They could be. They, as you rightfully said, they have been improving over the past few years, and they have young cricketers over there also. So as long as they keep on playing together and keep on gelling, that I don't think that there's any reason why they shouldn't be a force to be reckoned with in a few years. So,
if you were just joining us, Empire Nation, they made 200 all out in their first innings. PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks, they got to 243 all out in their innings. Then Empire Nations, they were bundled out for just 66 in their second innings, batting only 21.5 overs. And PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks achieving victory, getting to 24 for 1 in just 5.2 overs. The app says that Kofi James is the man of the match for his overall performances. And let me just tell you some of the folks who have done very well over the period. In the batting, Tyrone Williams Jr. ended the season with 573 runs. Junior Henry, he had 556. Michael Graves had 500 runs. He would be happy about that. Kashaski's John Lewis, 456. Demari Benta, 454. Isan Warner, 400. Kerry Mentor, the old veteran, 397. Yuri Smith has had a good comeback year, 389. Amal Nathaniel, 374. Darren Benta, he would have 368. Shane Burton, 364. Kareem Agor would have 348 runs. I think he just played 3 games in this tournament. Kadeem Henry, Kenrick Scott, and Malik Walsh ending the top 15 in terms of the batting. In the bowling department, Justin Athenes ends with 72 wickets. Glenton Williams had 68. Jawaki Joseph, who I think is the breakout player of the year, he has had 53. Demari Benta, 46. Micah McKenzie, he had 46 wickets. Elroy Francis Jr., 34. Jedediah Martin, 32 wickets. Kadeem Phillip, 31. Shane Burton had 31. Michael Harilal, 30. Glenn Williams, 30. Mikali Tong, 29. Orandel Boston, 25. Ishmael Peters, 25. And T1 Payne ending with 22 wickets to end the top 15. In terms of the MVP, you have Glenton Williams right up there in terms of would be in the running. Justin Athenes, Demari Benta, Jawaki Joseph, and Shane Burton would also be in there with Micah McKenzie, Elroy Francis, Jedediah Martin, Kashaski John Lewis, and Glenn Williams would be the top 10 in terms of persons vying for the MVP. So we've had the match here. PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks are the champions for 2024 once again, back-to-back championships. We're going to take a short break. You can stay tuned to the stream. We're going to have the trophy presentation, and then we're also going to see if we can just have a quick word with the captain of the winning PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawk team. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Well, are you ready for a brand new discovery? Calypso, Calypso, Calypso music. Yeah, yeah. Calypso, Calypso, Calypso music. Singing, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, Calypso. Singing, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, Calypso. I say that the ground is taken now. I gotta sing, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. And it goes like this. Shawty, your body is calling, calling me. Come close, let me give you some loving, baby. Can't explain this feeling when you're around me, baby. My shawty, my shawty. When you come around, I feel so special. This feeling that I got is sentimental. Kisses from your lips drive me mental. The way you walk your waist, girl, is so damn sexual. You and I were meant to be. You fulfill my every fantasy. If you have the luck, girl, I got the key. Cause you're my shawty, you're my baby. Shawty, your body is calling, calling me. Come close, let me give you some loving, baby. Can't explain this feeling when you're around me, baby. My shawty, my shawty. When it rains, girl, you are my sunshine. The cool breezing in the summertime. I love your body shape and your design. Girl, you're always there on my mind. Every day me I thank God for making you mine. Come and know, say, baby, you are one of a kind.
A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I trust everyone can hear me. At this early time, we have come to the end of the ABCA two-day finals, and we have a winner. And that winner is none other than repeat champions, the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So I'm going to invite the captain, Mr. Amal Nathaniel, to come at this time and receive the trophy. Today, there's only a presentation of the trophy, as there will be an award ceremony in the near future. So we say congratulations, not only to the Blackhawks, but also to Empire Nation for making the finals. And we have Mrs. Mitchell making the presentation to Amal Nathaniel. Thank you so very much, and we look forward to your continued support as we move into our Super 40 competition, which starts in the next 2 weeks. God bless you. Drive safely.
DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows say Bravo a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows Chris Kane is a champion. Dini a champion, Bounty a champion, Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a champion, Pollard is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gale is a champion. Don't forget Michael Jordan, Obama a champion, Mandela a champion, Serena a champion, Wendy a champion, Shelly a champion, 958 Bolt a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows say Bravo a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows Chris Kane is a champion. Come on, come on. Champion, we are real champion. Champion, we are real champion. Champion, we are real champion. Don't vex if your name not call. Me a feel time for bat some ball. We love soccer and dancehall. We love cricket and football. Come a dance in a mind name a Paul. Champion, champion, every trainee and every hard man. Champion, champion, every Messi and every Bajan. Champion, champion, every trainee and every hard man. Champion, champion, Dini a champion, Bounty a champion, Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a champion, Pollard is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gale is a champion. Don't forget Michael Jordan, Obama a champion, Mandela a champion, Serena a champion, Wendy a champion, Shelly a champion, 958 Bolt a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows say Bravo a champion. Champion, 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 champion,
the couch. Sending the coach and time in the road. That's what we're talking about. Boom, I feel so lonely. I need about 10 gal around me. Whisper the fact that show me. Plus me feel like the government army. Can't wait for the place get cloudy. In the meantime, respect to Rowley. Watch a thing when the place get rowdy. I'm behaving foully. Are you ready to bet? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You ready to bet? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We ready to bet? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't stop the bet? Yeah, yeah. We ready to bet? Yeah, yeah, yeah. She ready to bet? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We ready to bet? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't stop the bet? Tell them that I'm making me own carnival. I'm starting me own bacchanal. I went on somebody gala. You can't stop me like a jump, I'm a jump, I'm a jump in the roses. I'm on the table, I'm on the couch. Send me the push and time me up. First that we touch down, it go be mass, mass, mass. First that we touch down, it go be mass, mass, mass. Me and my friend them hugging up. Throw some powder, let me fuck it up. Old school, bring a rag and turn it up. Bring a bottle and a glass, let me knock it up. Right now we chillin', right now we cool, and we disciplined like we in school. Right now we just holding it down. They tell we sit down, so we sit down. But hold on, you see that first bet? Hold on. You see that first bet? Hold on. You see that first bet? Hold on. Hey, and I don't mean to excite the thing, but I know this tune go ignite the thing. Say what I want, can't fight the thing, and we still behaving, we still behaving. But hold on, you see that first bet? Hold on. You see that first bet? Hold on. You see that first bet? Hold on. The first bet we touch down, it go be mass, mass, mass. First bet we touch down, it go be mass, mass, mass. Me and my friend them hugging up. Throw some powder, let me fuck it up. Old school, bring a rag and turn it up. Bring a bottle and a glass, let me knock it up. The first bet we touch down, it go be mass, mass, mass. First bet we touch down, it go be mass, mass, mass. Me and my friend them hugging up. Bring some more, let me get to you. Just so you think that we are the best.
You know what I'm saying?